Humph. Misunderstanding? I've never had any misunderstandings with trash before, Gu Hong said sarcastically. He's weak and has offended me. He deserves the death penalty. Yun Xiao also felt a chill when he looked at the green maggots on Jiaxing Tiger's body. He watched as Jiaxing Tiger kept shattering the maggots with his monarch aura, which immediately turned into two smaller maggots, as if they could keep being disintegrated and could never be killed. Hehe, what are you scared? Li Yun Xiao. Ha ha ha, I won't let you die so easily. Gu Hong laughed wildly. There are ways that are 10,000 times worse than being eaten by the green maggots. I will use them on you one by one as the consequences of touching my woman. What? You are Li Yunxiao. Jiaxing Tiger's eyes went wide as he stared at Yunxiao in disbelief. His eyes were about to fall out of their sockets, and his face was filled with shock and shock. Yunxiao touched the bridge of his nose in embarrassment and said with a wry smile, "That's me. What's the matter, First Elder?" Pft. 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 After receiving confirmation, the Jiaxing Tiger threw up a large mouthful of blood. It vomited for a full 5 minutes and did not stop. In the end, his face turned pale as the countless green maggots burrowed into his body. He lost consciousness and fell backward, his eyes filled with confusion and unwillingness. However, the most terrifying thing was that before his body fell into the sea, his 4 limbs began to disappear rapidly. His entire body was eaten up by the green maggots in just a breath's time. Soon after, an azure light flashed and directly flew into the bone rainbow's body, disappearing from sight. Ah, Great Elder! Many of the disciples of the mysterious profound sect started to cry out in grief. Many of them even cried out loud. It was unknown whether they were sad for the death of the Great Elder or for their own fate. A martial emperor disciple pointed at Yun Xiao and said with grief and indignation, It's all because of you that the Great Elder died." "What?" Yun Xiao was surprised. "Why is this friend so illogical? He was the one who injured and killed your Grand Elder. In the end, he didn't even leave a corpse behind. How could you blame me? This Lao AI, you Lao AI. If it wasn't you, the Great Elder wouldn't have died." The man was rendered speechless for a moment. He did not know how to refute, so he could only angrily insist that it was Yun Xiao. "Yes, it's all your fault. You're Li Yun Xiao, but you didn't reveal your identity. So the Great Elder had to fight with the other party, and that's why you died." Another disciple also stood up angrily and criticized. "What a joke." Yun Xiao laughed. "No one asked me. Do you think I'm stupid enough to tell them my family name? Moreover, he was the one who killed your companions first. The Great Elder wanted to avenge your fellow disciples, so he fought with the other party. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Even if I wasn't here, would he let you go?" The group of Miao Xian sect disciples could not help but turn their heads to look at the bone rainbow. After the green maggots returned to his body, they seemed to bring him nutrition, and the visible wound on his shoulder was slowly recovering. Yun Xiao's face darkened at the sight. "What?" When Gu Hong saw that everyone was looking at him, he coldly sneered, "A bunch of human trash. If you killed them, then you killed them. I'll send you to see your Great Elder in a moment." All the disciples of the Miao Xian sect trembled and started to shiver. They felt their bodies turn cold and their faces turned green. "What do you think?" Yun Xiao laughed. "Do you believe me now? You can't blame your Grand Elder's death on me, right?" The disciple's expression changed several times before he said, "We misunderstood you before. Please don't blame us, Lord Cloud Sky. I hope we can join forces to fight against the enemy and seek a way to survive together." That's right, that's right. We hope that Lord Cloud Sky can find a way for us to survive." The disciples among them also echoed one after another, their faces filled with eagerness. "If there was only one person in front of me," Yun Xiao said with a wry smile, "it would be easy." However, the strength of the man behind him was even more unpredictable, and the chances of winning were slim. "How far is this place from your Miao Xian sect? Did you ask for help from your sect?" The disciple replied. The Great Elder had already sent out a distress signal to the sect earlier. However, the Miao Xian sect has yet to arrive at the shore. I'm afraid that it will take a long time for them to send their strong cultivators over. Water from far away cannot put out a fire right here. Not even a branch of the sect in the coastal waters? Yun Xiao said gloomily. Then you guys came to the North Sea to catch some poisonous toads after eating them, and now you've caused trouble. There's a branch in the coastal waters, but the people in charge have limited strength, another disciple said. We didn't want to come either. It's for Tang Xian's wedding gift in the Red Moon City. It seems that old man Tang Qing asked the sect master for the northern sea poison toad. Tang Xian? He's getting married. Yun Xiao was taken aback, and he said in a strange tone, The war in the East Sea has been settled? Who did he marry? The disciple revealed a suspicious expression and said, Could it be that Lord Cloud Sky hasn't been moving around the continent recently? The war in the East Ocean has been settled for almost half a year. Young Master Tang Xian is going to marry Jiang Ruobing, the daughter of Jiang Churen, the former master of the Red Moon City. What? Yun Xiao's heart trembled, and an uncontrollable force burst out of his body. In an instant, the surrounding seawater was stirred up, spinning around him without dispersing. He suddenly grabbed the disciple with his hand and grabbed his neck. Who did you say Tang Xian was going to marry? The disciple's face flushed red. Looking at Yun Xiao's murderous gaze, his body trembled like a sieve, and his throat made a creaking sound. Yifan was taken aback as well. He did not understand why Yun Xiao was so angry. He had almost never seen Yun Xiao with such an expression. So he reminded him carefully, Big brother Yun Xiao, you've pinched him until he can't speak. Ka! A small piece of the man's neck bone was broken, but Yun Xiao's fingers clenched even tighter, and then gradually relaxed. The disciple immediately coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and said in horror. The man started to cry. From a distance, Bone Hong looked at the situation with a stunned expression. However, his injuries were slowly recovering, so he wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he watched with interest. The other disciple was a little bewildered, but Yun Xiao's reputation was also great, and he was known as the #1 rising star of the younger generation. They had heard of him, and they seemed to have vaguely guessed something, so they hurriedly said, Lord Yun Xiao, please calm your anger. This matter is known by the entire world. Your Excellency will find out if you casually find someone to inquire. Yun Xiao threw the disciple into the sea. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and his eyes were as dark as a vulture's. Tell me everything you know. Yes. The disciple's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. He swallowed his saliva and said, We don't know much. We only know that young Master Tang Xian will marry Jiang Ruobing in 3 months. The Red Moon City has sent out invitations to the world to celebrate the wedding of the new couple and to celebrate the defeat of the Sea Tribe of the East Sea. According to the sect's analysis, they're probably showing off the strength of their Red Moon City to the world and announcing to the world that the Tang family has already become the #1 family in Red Moon City. The coldness in Yun Xiao's eyes grew stronger and stronger, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 3 months? The man was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't quite understand. He said in surprise, My lord, what did you say? Yun Xiao snorted coldly, but the killing intent he exuded made the man feel as if he regarded all the living beings in the world as ants. The man felt a chill run down his spine, and he shuddered, not daring to ask any more questions. Have you finished discussing? Gu Hong's voice slowly resounded, and he said, I'm looking forward to some surprises from you. Don't be a coward like that great elder. The faces of the disciples of the mysterious profound sect turned pale. They hurriedly gathered a mouthful of primordial energy and fled hundreds of meters away, hiding behind Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao's eyes flickered as he said coldly, I wanted to play with you a little longer, but I'm in a bad mood right now, so I need you to make me happy. Oh? Ha ha ha. I'll definitely make you very happy. The wound on Gu Hong's shoulder had almost healed, and the part of his chest that had sunk in had also gradually recovered. His eyes were filled with a cruel and cold smile. Xiao Yezi, come into the Divine Realm tablet first. Yun Xiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and his whole body turned cold, his eyes emotionless. The burly man's murky eyes seemed to flash with a trace of light, and he opened his eyes slightly. Yes, Yifan was also shocked. He sensed a terrifying aura from Yunxiao, or rather, a terrifying emotion, which made him feel a little terrified. In a hurry, he turned into a golden light and flew into the divine realm tablet space under Yunxiao's divine will. Bone Hong's eyes narrowed in shock. Then his body suddenly flashed, and the air exploded with a bang. A whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea, but he had already lost his figure. Yunxiao's face was cold. He kept his left hand locked in an incantation gesture, while his right hand clenched the cold sword, Ice Frost. Suddenly, a sword intent rippled out and thrust forward. Bang! A ray of golden light appeared in the air and scattered in all directions. Gu Hong's figure gradually appeared within the golden light. It was unknown when his arm had transformed into a sparkling white blade, but he was blocking in front of his body. His expression was also getting colder and colder. Interesting. He spat out these two words, and his body flashed in the air. He spun to the side at an extremely fast speed, and a saber light slashed down. Boring. Yunxiao's sword light turned, and a white sword chi about 10 feet long, as if it had a mind of its own, rolled up in the air and pursued the bone rainbow. Bang! The saber and the sword clashed again, shooting out tens of thousands of golden lights, like a blazing sun emerging on the sea. Gu Hong's expression darkened. From the sword light he had just unleashed, he could tell that the other party's sword intent was far more powerful than he had expected. It seemed that he had underestimated him. Yunxiao was still performing incantation gestures with one hand, his expression unchanged. His whole person exuded a sense of stillness, which was in contrast to the movement of the long sword. It was as if his whole person was gradually blending into the sea. This silence contained a terrifying power that made even Bone Rainbow's hair stand on end. In fact, Yunxiao's heart was like a volcano with surging undercurrents that could erupt at any time. He was just suppressing the anger in his heart so that he would not lose his mind in the face of the enemy. Tang Xian marrying Jiang Ruobing must contain some inside information that he didn't know, and it must not be Jiang Ruobing's original intention. Jiang Churen had died to save him in the end of time. Now, his wife and daughter were being bullied by others. A boundless rage burned in his heart. Under that frosty surface was a raging emotion that was about to erupt. His cold face gradually turned slightly red, as if blood had rushed up. A cold light flashed in his eyes, like two rays of light in the dark night. Gu Hong's body trembled. He could feel the boundless anger and coldness from the other party. His heart sank and he shouted, "Not good! Die!" Yunxiao's sudden words made the entire sea and sky sink, and everyone's hearts trembled. The pupils of the burly man in the distance also opened wide, revealing a look of shock. Swish! 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 Yunxiao turned into 3 afterimages and thrust his sword 3 times in the air. Each strike was accompanied by a clanking, inextinguishable sword intent that rippled between the sea and the sky. The afterimages were not destroyed. At first glance, they were like an incarnation. The 3 sword essences were like a peacock spreading its tail, suddenly merging into one. An unprecedented cold air and sword essence condensed on the ice sword, and a sword cry shot up to the 9th heaven. Star sword slash. The sword streaked across the sky and shattered the firmament. A boundless chill and fear surged into Gu Hong's heart. His face instantly turned pale as all of his energy was ignited. He no longer dared to hold back. True soul transformation. When Yunxiao spread his peacock tail and unleashed 3 sword intents, he suddenly retreated in shock. An ancient firmament intent gushed out of his bloodline and flowed through his body like boiling water. The strange runes on his skin suddenly brightened and turned red. The shadow of the true spirit Yun Shang appeared behind him and gradually overlapped with him. The runes disappeared at the spot where the shadow merged, turning into scales of various colors that covered his entire body. Swish! A pair of pure white wings suddenly spread out behind him. The feathers on the wings were like blades, giving off a suffocating chill. As his body changed, a pained expression appeared on his face, and gray bumps appeared on his forehead, covering his entire head. When the shadow finally merged into his body, he opened his eyes. His gaze was bone-chillingly cold as he stared ferociously at the sword will that was coming from the sky. He crossed his hands in front of his body, and the scales on his skin turned red as if they were burning. The wings on his back also turned red. His entire body exuded a terrifying aura, slowly forming a red blade shape behind him, and then he slashed down fiercely. Tai Yuan blade. With a slash of his saber, a true Yuan cyclone exploded from his body, and the oppressive killing intent on his brows was relieved. His entire person was like a saber god descending to the world, and his aura suddenly climbed to the peak. Ga! The endless sky was shattered, and the entire sea and sky turned dark as if the end of the world had come. In the chaos, only blade and sword auras were left. Like an exploding sun, countless light beams shot out in all directions. Under this world-destroying power, everyone felt extremely small and powerless. At this moment, on the coast of the North Sea, within the city lord's mansion of Dingtian City, a group of solemn pavilions stood in the verdant manor. There were a few huge spirit-gathering formations around the mansion, continuously sending in spirit chi for the use of the mansion. At this moment, although the entire residence was still filled with spiritual energy, it was deathly silent and gave off an evil feeling. You really don't want to live anymore? I am a Saint Realm law enforcer. If you kill me, there will be no place for you in this world. In the main hall of a mansion, a man was retreating in fear. He was covered in blood and his skin was covered in strange black patterns. They were constantly eroding his body and he was in extreme pain. However, the greater fear came from the cold young man in front of him. He approached him step by step with an evil face and a sneer on the corner of his mouth. He said, "If you're from the saint level, then there's no mistake." The young man's figure flashed, and a black light streaked across. The next moment, he appeared in front of the law enforcer and slapped him. The law enforcer was shocked. He knew how powerful this young man was. He clenched his teeth and threw out his fists with all his might, aiming at several vital points on the other party's body. Bang! The young man's body was pierced through by the force of the fists, but only a ball of black flame burst out and immediately returned to its original state. His palm, on the other hand, slammed into the law enforcer's body. The law enforcer's eyes widened in horror. A black chi immediately surged through his body. His face twisted and he immediately became dull. Then something strange gradually appeared in his eyes. This subordinate greets master. The injuries on the law enforcer's body were healed instantly, and his strength had improved. He knelt down on the spot, his face full of excitement. The lord of Dingtian City, who was also covered in blood, was dumbfounded. "That's right. I want to know all the information you have about the holy region." The young man chuckled. "Master, you just have to eat me, and you'll know everything I know," the law enforcer said excitedly. "Yes." The young man pressed his palm down on the law enforcer's head. The law enforcer immediately turned into a black flame and was absorbed into the young man's body. The young man's expression began to change. It was as if a layer of black clouds had brushed past it, and it quickly became clear. So the entrance to the holy region is there. The young man's eyes lit up as if he had obtained the answer he wanted. "You're crazy," the city lord of Dingtian City cried out tragically. "You're really crazy. You still want to go to the holy region and seek your own death. Haha. Never mind. Someone will take revenge for me soon. Haha." He laughed out loud as he looked at the corpses all over the ground. At this moment, everyone in the city lord's mansion had died except him. The young man glanced at him and said, "Fine, your strength is not bad. Being my food is not an insult to you." He raised his hand and was about to end the life of the lord of the Dingtian City when his expression suddenly changed. He looked in the direction of the sea in shock. The lord of Dingtian City also seemed to have sensed something. A faint power fluctuation came from the direction of the sea, and it was obvious that there was a master displaying his martial arts in the distance. Whoosh! A black light flashed in the hall, and the young man before him instantly disappeared. The city lord of Dingtian City was stunned for a moment. He looked at the corpses on the ground in shock, as if he could not believe that he had survived. After a long time, he gradually came back to his senses. His eyes were full of grief and anger. He also turned into a ray of light and left the hall. At this moment, on the ocean, thousands of miles away from Dingtian City, under the glow of the sword and the saber, heaven and earth collapsed. In the sea and sky, other than light, there were only dark shadows. Between the light and shadow, a pair of sharp eyes looked around, revealing a cruel and fierce light. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use my true soul transformation. Under such terrifying power, how much of it can your human body withstand? But I don't want you to die so easily. The bone rainbow's crimson wings flapped, and a red light flashed in the sky before he disappeared. I see you. Be torn to pieces by my fury. In the next moment, he appeared in a darkness without any light. His arm turned into a red blade and slashed in the air, splitting the night sky. The moment he made his move, a pair of strange eyes suddenly flashed in the dark night, causing him to tremble all over. He cried out in horror, "You're so silly!" Xianxia's indifferent voice came from the dark night. Is the true spirit transformation just making your mouth bigger? It's indeed an amazing skill. His eyes flashed in the darkness, and then a star appeared, shining like the beautiful night sky. How was that possible? How could you be safe and sound under such a powerful shock? Gu Hong's heart was filled with shock. He felt extremely uncomfortable and was unable to remain calm. In the dark night, the light of countless stars gathered into a single point. Then, a pure white sword appeared and enlarged in his eyes. Sword technique star destruction. Xianxia's voice rang out leisurely, without the roar and anger from before, nor the depression and coldness. Bone Hong could feel that his emotions had returned to their calm state. Moreover, it was an extreme calmness. It was as if all of his anger had been poured out by the previous strike. However, this calmness made him even more afraid than his anger. His heart continued to sink. Bang! The blade formed by Bone Rainbow's arm was completely shattered by this sword. The cold sword intent didn't have any temperature as it pierced down from the sky towards his chest. Shwa shwa! The Bone Rainbow's wings suddenly flapped and it turned in front of it. Bang 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 bang! Lightning sparks burst out from the flapping of the wings. Not only did the space twist, but even the sword essence became rapidly distorted. The blade-like feathers were also shattered by the blue sword intent. The cold sword and frost finally stopped in front of his chest. Gu Hong looked at the white sword in fear. The cold qi was constantly being emitted from the sword, plundering his body's temperature. All the darkness in front of him dissipated, and Xianxia's figure emerged. He was holding a sword in one hand and his face was cold. Although he didn't seem to be injured, his breathing was already in disorder. It could be seen that he had also consumed a lot of energy. You're very strong. Much stronger than I expected, Gu Hong said. But the one who wins in the end is still me. His face suddenly turned ferocious, and he opened his mouth to spit out a ball of green light. At such a close distance, the green light was as fast as lightning and shot directly at Xianxia's body. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was made up of thousands of hair-thin objects. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and a black light emerged from his body, which directly turned into the demonic sky armor and covered his body. Bang 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 bang! The countless green lights hit the armor like a drizzle and burst out densely. Countless tiny green maggots flew around him and kept shooting into the black light on the surface of the armor, trying to find a gap to get in. In just a few breaths, all the green maggots had burrowed into the black demonic qi, and the demonic flames on the surface of the armor continued to roll. With a strange look on his face, Xianxia turned the sword in his hand and pulled it out of his opponent's double-feathered grip, sending out a series of sparks as he dodged and retreated dozens of meters. Bone Rainbow didn't chase after him. He only revealed a mocking expression. You've been trapped by my green maggots, so your life and death are in my hands. But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. He retracted his wings and formed an incantation gesture with both hands. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically with shock. Yunxiao's expression was still indifferent as he said, "True spirit transformation is indeed powerful. The words that come out of your mouth are more awesome than the last." He formed a hand seal with one hand and shouted. The Devil Sky silk suddenly expanded to 70 feet in size, revealing its true armor form from the black devil flames. The countless green maggots on it were sent flying, but none of them managed to enter his body. Moreover, the green maggots that had been shaken away seemed to have lost their spirit. They had a kind of dispirited feeling as they flew around in the air. How could this be? Gu Hong was shocked and said in fear, "My green maggot can devour anything. Even a 9th-tier profound armament can drill a hole in it. Even the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens can't hurt it at all. How could this be?" His eyes were filled with disbelief. The burly man in the distance had a grave expression on his face, and his breathing began to become heavy. It was as if his essence force was circulating in his body with every breath he took, and he felt like he could not help but attack. The bone rainbow was connected to the minds of those maggots, just like his magic treasure or profound level weapon. At this moment, he could clearly feel the weakness of these maggots, as if they were unable to recover. But what he did not know was that Yunxiao was even more surprised. The demonic energy could corrode all things, and such a small bug should have died with a touch. However, after struggling on the surface of the Devil Sky silk for so long, it seemed to be fine, only dispirited, which was enough to show how terrifying these bugs were. Damn it! I don't believe it! Gu Hong's heart was filled with anger. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood condensed in the air and did not scatter, directly sprinkling on the green maggot. At the same time, he quickly performed incantation gestures with both hands. The green maggot was attached to their bodies to survive, so after absorbing the blood essence, it suddenly shone brightly and was extremely excited. Like a flying insect under the sun, it turned into a cloud of green mist and flew toward Yunxiao. Yunxiao's face darkened. With a flash of the shadow of a phoenix between his eyebrows, a red cloud flew out and instantly turned into a sea of fire. Above the ocean, a heavenly phoenix's shadow soared, chirping. Gu Hong's heart trembled violently. The cries of the phoenix caused his true spirit bloodline to tremble. This was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. The burly man's expression also changed drastically, finally revealing a look of horror. He said in shock, "The ancient celestial phoenix!" Just as the two of them were in shock, the green maggots were swallowed by the phoenix divine flame. Crackling sounds were heard as a large number of green maggots were burned to ashes. It really is the heavenly phoenix fire. Gu Hong's body suddenly trembled. The scales on his body began to flip up, and his face became extremely distorted. A faint shadow slowly emerged from his body. It was the true spirit, Chu Yun. It was filled with fear as the heavenly phoenix cried. Yunxiao's expression changed. He did not expect the phoenix true flame to have such a wonderful effect. Many green maggots flew out of the fire and fled into the sea. Many disciples of the mysterious profound sect were also dumbfounded, but they were all overjoyed. As long as Yunxiao won, they would be able to keep their lives, and they began to pray in their hearts. Suddenly, the surface of the sea exploded, and a terrifying aura rushed up. Just as everyone's expression changed, a red light flashed across the sky from the ocean waves. It swept across the sky in a dazzling manner and immediately swept away all the green maggots, disappearing into the sea. Ah! Everyone was stunned. They suddenly looked toward the sea and saw a huge shadow slowly rising from the sea. Two red eyes the size of copper bells floated on the surface of the sea, staring at everyone with a fierce light. The burly man's pupils contracted as he said in surprise, "The Songling green gold toad? How can there be a xenogeneic like this here?" Yunxiao also looked down in surprise. In the sea, a huge toad was floating, 70 or 80 feet tall, with golden lumps protruding from its back. Its eyes were blood red, and they were bursting with a fierce light. This was by no means an ordinary northern sea venomous toad. It seemed to be an even more powerful existence. Arg! Ah! Gu Hong suddenly let out a few miserable shrieks. The phantoms of the Chuyun beasts were constantly being peeled out of his body. He looked at the toad eating his parasitic worms in fear. He was dumbfounded. The tremendous pain not only came from his body, but also from his soul, making him feel so much pain that he wanted to die. Swish! The illusionary figure of Chuyun finally separated from his body and dissipated into the sky. He instantly returned to his original state, looking extremely dispirited. His skin was so pale that blood vessels could almost be seen. The bone rainbow swayed a few times in the sky before finally falling head first into the ocean. Swish! A toad's cry came from the ocean. The toad opened its mouth, and its scarlet tongue rolled toward the bone rainbow like lightning. Everyone held their breaths as they looked at this scene in shock. Questions welled up in their hearts. Was such an expert going to be eaten by a toad? Humph! Humph! A cold snort rang out. The burly man gently stomped his right foot, and a blue light flew across the sea at an incredible speed. With one stomp, the man disappeared from the sea. The blue spirit green gold toad seemed to have sensed danger and suddenly retracted its tongue. With a pop sound, it broke through the surface of the sea, and its huge body rushed out of the sea. It was like a huge rock flying on the sea. All of the Miao Xian sect disciples felt as if a cloud had covered the sun. With a flash of light in the sky, the burly man appeared directly above the toad. He stood there sternly and looked at the huge mouth coldly. With a sneer, he made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. Boom! The sky trembled, and the space under his finger collapsed violently. A small mountain slowly emerged from it, and it was directly blasted into the toad's mouth. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he looked at the hill in surprise. The small mountain had a majestic rise and fall, covering the flowers and trees on the mountain ridge. It appeared to be of all kinds of green, verdant green, and there were even flying insects, birds, and beasts running inside. It's a real mountain. Yunxiao was shocked, and his scalp suddenly went numb. It can move mountains and overturn seas. He almost cried out. This kind of divine ability that only appeared in legends was actually presented right in front of his eyes. Shwa shwa! The vast spirit green gold toad also realized that something was wrong, but it was too late to avoid it. It cried out twice and the bumps on its back suddenly shrank. Golden and green water ripples appeared as if it had sucked everything into its stomach. Colorful lights immediately flickered in its mouth as if a treasure had been born. A huge wave of energy was spat out from its mouth and blasted toward the small mountain. As the mountain fell, it kept growing. It was almost 1/10 the size of the toad's body, covering its mouth. Vaguely, the birds and beasts in the mountain could be seen clearly, as if they had fallen into fear. Boom! The entire mouthful of energy from the vast spirit green gold toad was spat out, immediately blasting the mountain into pieces and sending rocks flying. However, the mountain directly exploded above its mouth, and pieces of huge rocks rolled into its mouth. In minutes, its mouth was full, and it could not even make a sound. Only a low woo-woo sound could be heard. Not only that, but after the mountain was shattered, it seemed to have returned to its original form. One after another, huge rocks fell on its body like a huge waterfall from the 9 heavens, smashing it until it saw stars. Everyone watched in horror as the vast spirit green gold toad struggled to hold on in the sky. Half of the huge rock in its mouth had been swallowed, and its body had more than doubled in size. Its belly was bulging with edges and corners. Gulp! The vast spirit green gold toad's stomach growled. Finally, it couldn't withstand the impact of the huge rock and directly fell from the sky. The disciples of the Miao Xian sect below only felt that the shadow in the sky was getting bigger and bigger, and they were so scared that they quickly flew away in all directions. Boom! The seawater was smashed apart, but the gravel continued to fall, directly smashing the Zongling green gold toad into the bottom of the water. It was unknown where it was hiding. The burly man snorted coldly as he watched the Zhongling green-gold toad disappear. Only then did he look up at Yunxiao, the fierceness in his eyes growing stronger. Under his gaze, Yunxiao felt that the space around him was locked in an instant, and his face changed drastically. "You injured the young master," the burly man said. "I won't kill you, but you have to come back with me." Yunxiao's face darkened as he stared at the burly man in front of him with full vigilance. Judging from the divine ability he had just displayed, he was almost at the peak of 9 stars, if not 9 stars. An existence like this was enough to become the overlord of the world, but he was actually someone else's servant. At this moment, he could slightly understand the difficulty of the Sea Emperor. The strength of the Yunxing clan was indeed somewhat unexpected. "Kill me? Could it be that you're also a true spirit body, and your mouth is so sharp?" Yunxiao sneered, his face full of arrogance. The burly man's face darkened and he shouted, "Are you leaving or not?" Yunxiao sneered, "Leave? If you let go of the person in your hands, I can let you leave." After learning the strength of the Yunxing clan, Yunxiao was even more determined to kill Gu Hong. He would never feel at ease leaving such a person in the sea forest. "You're looking for death." The burly man was furious and kicked him in the air. A beam of light spread out under his toes and turned into a net of light, which spread across the sky like a spider web, trying to capture Yunxiao alive. Yunxiao was so angry that he laughed. "You are too arrogant. What's the use of a servant, no matter how strong he is? Ganju's character has decided that you'll be like this for the rest of your life." The sword in his hand flashed and he struck out 3 times. The first strike was ordinary, the second strike was extremely fast, and the third strike was extremely slow. Slash the heavens, slash the earth, slash the man. 3 sword radiances flashed in the sky, and the light net was directly cut open in the sky. The sword radiances circled around and attacked the burly man. "You don't know what's good for you," the burly man roared in anger. He clenched his right hand into a claw and struck out. A vortex formed between his 5 fingers, and the entire space was twisted like a fried dough twist. The 3 sword lights were instantly annihilated. The spinning force didn't decrease at all, and everything within 100-some feet was twisted into a blur. A dot of light lit up in his palm. Yunxiao's face flickered. He found that the space was suddenly pulled tight, and it was impossible for him to even escape as a bolt of lightning, let alone teleport. With a single palm, the space within 100 feet was completely under the other party's control. A huge force pulled him slowly towards the center. The light in the burly man's palm grew stronger and stronger, and a mini profound level weapon appeared in it, constantly spitting out sharp light. Yunxiao's face flickered. The mini profound artifact was actually a saber dozens of feet long, and the dark surface of the blade flickered with a scorching light. He knew that the burly man was waiting for an opportunity. As long as he lost control of his body in this vortex, it would be the time for the black light of the battle sword to strike. It seemed that the burly man had the intention to kill him. Since that's the case, Zhenjin Yunxiao cried out as the power of the world flickered between his brows, and a white light spread out. The power of the earth appeared in the sky, and his body was like a nail that was directly inserted into the vortex, instantly stopping his movement. The burly man's eyebrows twitched, and a fierce look burst out from his eyes. Then, Yunxiao raised his hand again, and countless black dots flew out of his palm, each of which carried an extremely strong power of wind and fire, scattering in all directions. The black pieces were instantly sucked into the vortex, and the surging power of the divine fire burned the sky red under the effect of the wind. From afar, it looked like a sea of fire was rolling up, trying to refine the sky. The power of the steam spread in all directions. The disciples of the mysterious profound sect below were all dumbfounded. Their faces were red under the reflection of the flames in the sky, and their hearts were trembling. Many people still remembered that Yunxiao was only a 1-star Marshal Supreme when the Miaoshuan sect issued the order to kill him a few years ago. Even a 9-star Marshal Sovereign could not compare to such a remarkable power that could overturn rivers and seas and shift the stars. The burly man's face darkened. The countless black pieces in the flames had disappeared, but they were definitely hidden within and could be attacked at any time. Furthermore, the heavenly phoenix that was slowly forming in the sea of fire made him even more shocked. In the ancient times, the Yunxing tribe was originally a vassal of the heavenly phoenix, but the tribe he was in was a vassal of the Yunxing tribe. The difference in level was too great. Although his extremely high cultivation allowed him to forcefully withstand the pressure of a superior, the fear that was inherited from his bloodline made him tremble and feel irritated. Under the heavenly phoenix's cry, he wished he could turn around and leave. After releasing the crocodile, Yunxiao transformed into his transcendence golden body, each hand holding a profound level weapon, and threw them into the vortex, rushing toward the burly man with the spinning force. The sword case on one of his arms opened, and 24 northern heaven cold star swords flew out. They instantly formed a sword diagram which was like stars decorating the sky. The 24 swords flickered in the sky, constantly releasing sword chi. The sword pattern also changed with the power of the vortex, drawing out endless sword talismans but never falling into it. What? The burly man was shocked and looked up at the sky. The complexity of the sword picture was completely beyond his imagination. Every change triggered thousands of sword runes, which seemed to be operating with the power of his spin. Not good, he cried out in his heart. Although these methods weren't enough to threaten him, he was holding the bone rainbow in his hand. Under such a powerful force, it was difficult to guarantee the safety of the bone rainbow. He suddenly clenched the fingers of his right hand, and the spinning force stopped in an instant. The sea of fire in the sky split apart, and all the black pieces appeared. The thousand-year overlord saber, hammer, dynasty bell, and the other profound level weapons were also frozen in place. Even the thousands of sword talismans on the heavenly sword illustration suddenly froze as if time and space had stopped. The mysterious sealed saber. The burly man's several feet-long saber was unsealed, and the saber chi soared into the sky like a flowing galaxy, reversing the yin and yang of heaven and earth. Wherever the saber light flashed, a blinding silver light would appear. The surging power completely compressed the air, and an extremely deep spatial hole appeared in the sky and quickly expanded. Bang! 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 All the profound level weapons and black pieces in the sky were suppressed by the saber force. They all collapsed and turned into meteors that shot away. The heavenly phoenix phantom was also shattered by the saber, and the fire clouds in the sky disappeared. Yunxiao's expression flickered. With a thought, the thousands of sword talismans and 24 swords in the sky slashed down and rushed into the saber beams, filling the air with the clashing sounds of golden spears. Tens of thousands of sword talismans exploded under the sharp saber chi, turning into rays of sword light that swept across the sky. Many of them shot into the sea, causing countless waves. Those Miao Xian sect disciples dodged in all directions in fear, scared out of their wits. Bang, bang, bang! The 24 northern heaven frigid star swords also crumbled under the saber flare, turning into fireworks that shot into the sky. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and a black hole appeared behind him, which slowly turned into a true devil and a giant spirit. Standing on the sea, it turned its demonic palm in front of it, and a dark vortex appeared. Yunxiao's hands kept changing, and all the mystic artifacts that had been knocked away flew back and were thrown into the vortex, like ingredients being thrown into a pot. Astonishing demonic flames kept rising. The killing intent on the burly man's face increased greatly. This slash, especially after defeating the celestial phoenix apparition, caused the bloodline hostility that had been suppressed in his body to erupt. With one hand protecting the bone rainbow and the other holding the long battle blade, he walked in the air, each step causing the sky to shake. His originally burly body also seemed to have changed. His skin turned vermilion brown, and there were signs of demonization. Yunxiao's face was pale. At this moment, he was running out of energy, and devil flame kept gushing out of his body. With a loud cry, a black light burst out from the palm of the true devil giant spirit, and the black vortex, which had sunk into countless profound level weapons, was thrown forward. The burly man's pupils shrank, and his saber drew a snow-white cold light in the air as he slashed down. Bang! The saber chi streaked across the sky like a ray of light piercing through the clouds. In an instant, it stabbed into the demonic clouds and split them apart. Countless black demonic chi gushed out and attached to the dozens of profound-level weapons. They turned into demons and bit at the burly man while roaring. The burly man was shocked. He suddenly raised his blade in front of him and turned it into a ball of green light to protect himself from the bone rainbow. When the countless devils collided with the green light, they all exploded. Only the devils that were attached to the profound-level weapons were violently shaken off. Xianxia was also taken aback. As his cultivation base continued to improve, the demonic energy seemed to become more and more powerful. The burly man's face was cold. He spun the long knife in his hand and slightly shook away the surrounding demonic chi. He loosened his hand, clenched his 5 fingers and turned down. Boom! The sky trembled, and a dark mountain suddenly appeared above Xianxia and suddenly pressed down. Xianxia's face changed drastically as he cried out in horror. Move the mountains and drain the seas! A huge shadow quickly descended and continued to grow in size in the air. It was a real mountain. Previously, the Zhongling green gold toad was a 9th-rank demonic beast with unfathomable strength. However, it was still knocked out by this move and was nowhere to be found. And the mountain in front of him seemed to be even larger than the one that had smashed the Azure Spirit green gold toad. Before the mountain fell, the pressure was already so great that Xianxia could not breathe. He suddenly transformed into his transcendence golden body. His 3 heads and 6 arms were covered in a golden light. The 3 heads all opened their eyes wide in anger and let out a loud roar. The 4 gates on his body were open, and an unparalleled power filled his entire body. His 6 arms seemed to have become stronger. At the same time, a white light flashed between his eyebrows, and many experts in the Divine Realm Tablet, regardless of their strength, were summoned. As soon as they appeared, many people felt their bodies become sluggish. They were suppressed by the boundless Emperor Qi and the mountain's pressure, and their faces turned ashen. Can't you mess with some normal enemies? Duan Yu said in horror. He was already a high-level martial honored realm martial artist. However, under this boundless pressure, his heart was still beating wildly. Shut up, Xianxia roared. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone worked together to hold the mountain. This is a real mountain. What? Everyone jumped in shock and looked over carefully. This was not only a real mountain, but there were also waves of spiritual pressure coming from the mountain. Its power was even above that of a real mountain. Everyone's faces were covered in cold sweat. They could no longer be bothered to waste time and work together to attack, roaring and unleashing all kinds of ultimate skills. A beam of elemental energy light appeared in the sky like a mushroom. It suddenly rose into the air and directly supported the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The speed of the mountain's descent immediately slowed. The burly man's pupils shrank, revealing a look of shock, and his face instantly darkened. His grip on the saber tightened, and rays of saber light bloomed on the blade, forming circles. Xianxiao's 6 arms were also holding up the mountain like pillars as he shouted, "Xiaochuan, break it with one strike." At this moment, he was completely relying on the strength of his physical body to resist the attack. Otherwise, if he was in his peak state, he could split the mountain with his cold sword. Mo Xiaochuan's face was ashen, and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. All right, clang. The Tiangang demon-slaying sword flew out of his body and turned into a giant sword that was more than 100 feet long. It instantly lay horizontally at the foot of the mountain. Mo Xiaochuan formed a hand seal and the giant sword instantly returned to its normal state, landing in his hand. He closed his eyes slightly and chanted a spell. One after another, the spell seals landed on the sword. With every tap, the Maha-ancient character would pop out, accompanied by a violent chi that seemed to be gradually unsealing. Xiao's heart jolted. He knew that the remnant soul of the sky-devouring true spirit was sealed in the sword, but he had no idea how much Mo Xiaochuan had controlled it. The evil spirit's eyes widened and suddenly said, "It's so troublesome for you to use a sword. Why don't I use an axe?" He directly flew out from the bottom of the mountain, and everyone immediately felt the pressure on their bodies increase sharply, as if they were about to be crushed into pieces. The guest exerted the power of his divine body to the extreme, but he was still furious and shouted, "You damn dragon! You're just trying to be lazy." The evil spirit grinned and said, "Hee no. Watch as I split the mountain with my axe." A violent glint flashed in his eyes, and the axe suddenly changed shape. With a loud roar, he smashed the mountain. Boom! The bottom of the mountain trembled, and countless gravel cracked open. A huge crack appeared on the entire mountain. Everyone felt the pressure on them suddenly ease for a moment, and then it immediately fell back down. The mortal world gazes at Ing Hao Yue. At this moment, a green jade sword light shot up into the sky and directly cut into the crack. Boom, boom, boom. The entire mountain was split into two halves from the middle. Everyone felt as if the sky was collapsing. "Die!" The guest roared, and his godly body glowed. "Dead dragon, help me!" The evil spirit's pupils contracted, and it immediately understood what he wanted to do. It laughed and said, "Ha ha! Great! Let him experience what it feels like to be hit by a mountain." Roar! The evil spirit roared and transformed into a half-dragon form. It worked with the officials to push the mountain toward the burly man. The mountain collapsed as if the sky had collapsed. The burly man's expression changed greatly. The surrounding devils were still attacking his saber light barrier. He immediately shouted and poured all his strength into the saber. Saber battle in all directions. The pitch-black saber in his hand flashed, and a white saber radiance shot out in all directions. Bang, bang, bang! Countless devils were annihilated by this saber, and a saber chi rose up into the sky and blasted toward that half of the mountain. Boom, boom, boom! The huge mountain was split by his saber. Bin Chan and the evil spirit instantly separated and turned into two rays of light that attacked the burly man from the left and right. Kwafu chasing the sun. One axe splitting the mountain. The burly man was shocked. The strength of the two men was no less than Yunxiao's, and he felt even more pressured as he had to keep using powerful martial techniques and take care of Bone Hong. Boom! A fist and an axe slammed into his saber. The shocking power spread in the air and the three of them were sent flying. This was especially so for the burly man. In order to protect the bone rainbow, he had to withstand all of the pressure. A mouthful of blood gushed out, and he could only feel the taste of blood in his throat. He retreated a few hundred meters in the air before coming to a stop. However, before he could stabilize himself, he was shocked to find that a terrifying aura was falling from the sky. Mo Xiaochuan's figure flickered in the air. Under his sword form, a terrifying beast shadow could be seen. Jade Shadow Chi's swirling sword returning to Seoul. As he used the thousand-year Howren technique, black and white appeared in the sky, forming a spinning Tai Chi diagram. Finally, it condensed into a sword light, sweeping across the sky like a meteor. What made the burly man's heart tremble was the faint aura of true spirit that came from the sword chi. It directly suppressed his bloodline and made it tremble. What's going on? His heart was filled with horror. The brutal chi under the sword light was like a giant beast that could swallow the sky and devour the earth, causing him to be terrified. The mysterious sealed saber. He forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and suddenly raised his blade. The black blade and the white blade glowed with the same color as the sword intent in the sky, giving people a tragic feeling. Bang! The burly man was afraid that Gu Hong would be injured, so he quickly braced himself to face the impact of the two forces. However, he was finally shaken to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back again. There was no longer the calmness from before, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Mo Xiaochuan's face turned pale after being struck by the sword. The Tiangang devil-rinsing sword immediately disappeared from his hand and returned to his body. The entire sea and sky fell into silence again. Everyone's faces were cold and murderous. The disciples of the Miao Xian sect who were resting on the ocean were all extremely nervous as they watched carefully. afraid that they would be swept into the aftershock and die without a burial. Surround him. Xiao's expression changed as he shouted, "Don't let him run away!" He found that the burly man had already thought of retreating, and he immediately shouted. Although he did not have much of an advantage at the moment, it was a great opportunity to kill the bone rainbow, and Xiao would naturally not miss it. 6 beams of light instantly flew around the man. They were the guests, the evil spirit Mo Xiaochuan, Hao Huang, the gourd little King Kong, and the crocodile. They surrounded him. The rest of the people were far weaker, so they all stood behind Xiao and watched. "Do you think you can kill me?" the burly man said coldly. "You're not the one I want to kill," Xiao said coldly. "I want to kill the man in your hands. Do you think you can still protect him under our siege?" The burly man's body trembled as he said in disbelief, "You really dare to kill the young master? Do you know who the young master is?" Xiao's face darkened. "It's hard to understand where you get such a strange way of thinking," he said. "I don't understand. You've been trying to kill me all this time, and now you're asking me if I really dare to kill you? Forgive me for not being able to understand your logic with my low intelligence." "Ha ha ha!" Young Emperor Haolian laughed out loud. "Young Master Yun's logic is that whoever dares to have killing intent towards him, he will kill the other party. I don't care if you're the Heavenly Emperor or some monster or demon, just die." The burly man's expression became extremely ugly. If he was alone, let alone retreating in one piece, he was confident that he could even kill all of the other party's people in a rampage. But now he was being restrained everywhere. "If I can't protect the young master, I will risk my life to kill all of you." His face was filled with malevolent anger, as if he was going to cause both sides to suffer. Their clan was planted with a restriction in their bodies since birth, and they lived for the Yunxing clan. Unless they cultivated and broke through the peak 9 stars martial sovereign realm and entered the divine transcendence realm, it was impossible for them to get rid of the restriction. If Gu Hong were to die here, not only would he be tortured to death when he returned, the Yunxing clan would also vent their anger on his clansmen. Otherwise, with his 9 stars martial emperor body, who would be willing to be a servant? Xiao's heart skipped a beat, as if he could see the determination on the burly man's face. He was a little hesitant. It was not wise to drive a 9 stars martial emperor crazy. If he was determined to kill Gu Hong, he really didn't have the confidence to escape. However, if they missed this opportunity with the strength of the Yunxing clan, it would be difficult for them to have a second chance. Furthermore, with the evil intentions of the bone rainbow towards water deity, it was very difficult for them to have a second chance. At the thought of this, Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted, and a fierce look burst out of his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Gu Hong, you must die today." Everyone's heart trembled. They knew Xiao's determination, and their faces grew solemn as their primordial energy slowly circulated in their bodies. The burly man's body trembled as if he couldn't believe it. He roared madly, "You really want to force me? Do you really want to die together?" "I don't care if I force you or not," Xiao said coldly. "I don't care if we die together. I only care if Gu Hong is dead or not." The golden light on his body brightened again. The huge demonic shadow behind him stood on the sea and also transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 faces of the demonic shadow had their eyes closed. Their expressions were solemn but ferocious, and each of their 6 arms was holding a weapon. The burly man's heart could not help but tremble at his determination. He felt a little pleased and took a step back. Mo Xiaochuan and the other 5 took a step forward at the same time, maintaining the best distance from him. Suddenly, Xiao's expression changed. The eyes on one of the heads opened abruptly and looked into the distance. A few thousand meters away, a gray figure appeared in the sea and was staring at him with a complicated expression. The man's face was so dark that it was almost dripping water. "Di Jia." The head spat out 2 words, its pupils constricting. Although the Demon Master's clone looked exactly the same, due to the difference in strength and the changes over the years, their temperament were completely different. Di Jia's face was extremely unsightly. Since they had parted in the dragon transformation pool at the burial land, although he had also obtained part of Emperor Jun's body and refined it, which had greatly increased his strength. It seemed that his demonic cultivation base was not as good as Yunxiao's, who only had one demonic energy fruit. Yunxiao suddenly had an idea. Di Jia, help me kill this man. Di Jia was stunned, apparently completely surprised. He sneered, Li Yunxiao, what are you saying? Did I hear it wrong? You didn't hear wrong, Yunxiao said. Help me kill this man, and I can tell you the whereabouts of a piece of agarine. What? Di Jia's body trembled, and his eyes were cold. You know the whereabouts of the agarine? Yes. Yunxiao nodded and said, but I only know the whereabouts of a piece of agarine, and your brother Di Yi has already obtained his fourth clone and the same body as the neon. What did you just say? Di Jia's face turned pale in an instant. He was like a thunderbolt. He said angrily, You're lying to me. If what Yunxiao said was true, he would be completely reduced to a prey, and there would be no hope of restoring his true body. I'm lying, Yunxiao said in a deep voice. Can't you tell if I'm lying? That Japanese apparition has already developed its own intelligence and is my good friend. Now that we have a common enemy, you and I should put aside our past enmity and be friends instead of enemies. Di Jia was muddled by the information. He also sensed the birth of the fourth demonic body. At this moment, he finally understood what had been suppressing and frightening him all this time. Good. If you help me find a piece of agarine and tell me about Di Yi, I will help you kill him. Di Jia was also an extremely intelligent person. He made a decision immediately and turned into a demonic flame, instantly crossing the sky. Damn it! The burly man was shocked and angry. The monstrous demonic chi on Di Jia's body was not easy to deal with. He suddenly had another great enemy, which made him go crazy. You're the ones who forced my hand. I want everyone to pay the price. The pitch-black battle sword in his hand suddenly bloomed with a white sword light, which turned into circles of waves rolling in the air. The sea water continued to evaporate, and the terrifying sword intent spread out. Apart from the gored little guardian, the rest of the 6 people were shocked. They took a few steps back and looked on vigilantly. Di Jia's demonic flame rushed over and transformed into his true body. He stepped on the water and stared at the saber chi with a heavy expression. Once again, he transformed into a demonic flame and flew directly into the giant true devil behind Yunxiao, hiding inside and disappearing without a trace. Yunxiao was taken aback, and suddenly, some information popped up in his mind. His pupils constricted, and his face lit up with joy as he quickly performed incantation gestures with both hands. The 3 faces of the true devil giant spirit were all solemn, and its eyes were closed. Suddenly, the face facing the front twisted and turned into Di Jia's appearance, and its eyes slowly opened. The 6 illusionary weapons flew out of his hands and circled around the giant spirit. The 6 arms had different postures. Some were forming hand seals, some were clenching their fists, and some were forming palms. The 3 faces were all chanting silently, and a terrifying aura seemed to be slowly descending. The incantation gestures of Yunxiao's 6 arms were exactly the same as the true devil behind him, and even the shape of their transformation was synchronized. The burly man's pupils contracted, and his expression became more and more serious. The killing intent in his eyes became more and more frenzied. White blade light kept condensing, increasing the power of the surrounding blade world. All of a sudden, the entire sea and sky trembled, as if the heart of the world had thumped. Everyone was shocked. Back off! Yunxiao suddenly shouted. Back off! The 6 of them were all shocked. A vast and mighty force seemed to descend from the true devil giant spirit, and they all turned into rays of light and flew into the distance. On the surface of the sea, only 6 waves could be seen rolling up. On the true demonic giant spirit, the eyes of Di Jia's face suddenly brightened. He opened his right hand and grabbed at the shadows of the weapons around him. Pa! His 5 fingers casually grabbed in the air and caught the saber shadow. The entire sea and sky shook. Time and space seemed to stop for a moment, and the saber shadow slowly became solid, turning into a half-real, half-transparent state. At this moment, The sky was like a soft flatbread that had been baked. It became unstable, as if there was an invisible big hand casually pinching it, constantly kneading it into various forms. The blade, which was gradually solidifying, began to show itself under the hazy sky. The lines carved on it gave people a feeling that they could not look up. When they opened their eyes, they felt a piercing pain in their eyes, as if there were infinite rules gathered and directly rejected all power. They could not see the true appearance at all. Under the pitch-black demonic flames, thousands of strange black patterns floated up from the blade like black snowflakes, covering the sky. The entire MO matrix combined with each other, forming an even larger and more complicated pattern. It was accompanied by a spiral-shaped black vortex. Sandwiched in these complicated patterns, it spread out like a strange phenomenon of the world. All the people between the sea and the sky had seen a lot, but they had never seen such an unusual phenomenon. Even Xianxia himself was extremely shocked. The burly man went crazy. The world of blades trembled under the strange phenomenon. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. If the power of his opponent's blade was condensed, he would have no chance to attack. The mysterious sealed saber. He slashed out with all his might, and the entire ocean swirled into an endless whirlpool that soared into the sky. The blade light shot out from the vortex, and the water column poured down, turning into a dragon's roar. It was as if the power of the entire ocean had been poured into this strike. Xianxia and Dijia's faces flickered at the same time. The incantation gestures of Xianxia's 6 arms kept changing, and golden beams of light floated up. Dijia suddenly pulled out his right hand, and the entire saber instantly solidified, letting out a buzzing sound as a terrifying and unparalleled force descended upon the world. Agon Bone Cleaver. A trace of excitement and reminiscence flashed in Dijia's eyes. He suddenly raised the shadow of the knife and cut down in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The space was like a bridge that continued to collapse. The entire sea and sky turned black as it collided with the burly man's white blade world. Boom! The black and white colors clashed violently and kept spinning. The entire world was black and white, without any color. All the martial artists' hearts trembled as they fled into the distance. In a desert some distance away, a huge formation that covered an area of 100 mu was activated. Black demonic chi kept rolling in the array. In the center, a small black shadow was meditating with his eyes closed. The black figure suddenly trembled and opened his eyes in shock, revealing an extremely shocked expression. A 6 paths demonic weapon. The demonic weapon of the 6 paths has been moved. Other than shock, there was also fear in the man's eyes. He said fearfully, "Could it be that Dijia has already obtained the 5th avatar? Impossible, impossible. I can't sense anything at all. What the hell is going on?" His expression was gloomy and uncertain, and he suddenly became a little impetuous. The chi activity in his body became chaotic in an instant. Damn it! A layer of blue ice seemed to have formed on the surface of his body, and if one looked carefully, there was a faint white flame dancing on the thin ice. His face suddenly twisted, and he suddenly held his head. His body jumped into the sky, constantly rolling, and he howled in extreme pain. "It's been so long, and you still refuse to yield to me? You and I are one, so obediently merge with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his head. His body twisted and convulsed in the air, emitting a large amount of demonic chi and white flames that dyed the sky. In the North Sea, Xianxia and Dijia separated after the joint attack. Xianxia was completely exhausted, and Dijia's face had turned extremely pale. The hand holding the Agama bone cleaver was still shaking violently, and even half of his body was trembling. The violent blade force collided in the air and quickly devoured the white blade world, shooting everywhere. Several blade auras shot across the sky and slashed at the burly man from all directions. The burly man hurriedly held the saber in front of him in shock and anger, but it still broke through the enchantment. His internal organs were shattered and his meridians exploded. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was filled with despair and unwillingness. He opened his mouth and moved a few times, But in the end, he couldn't say anything. Even in this situation, the bone rainbow was still under his armpit and was well protected, so it was not injured. Whoosh! In his despair, he used the last bit of his origin power and turned into a ray of light to escape into the ocean. Even if there was only a slim chance, he didn't want to give up. "You're an expert worthy of respect," Xianxia said with a shocked expression. "It's a pity. In the current situation, he had no chance of escaping." The black and white colors between the sea and the sky gradually disappeared, and the clear sky slowly returned. Mo Xiaochuan and the others also transformed into rays of light and flew over. All that was left was to clean up the mess. Voila! At this moment, the surface of the sea suddenly exploded, and a huge shadow rushed out. A red light swept across the sky as fast as lightning. It was the Zhongling green gold toad's tongue. In an instant, the burly man and the bone rainbow were swept into its mouth and swallowed. Ah! Everyone was dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. After swallowing the two of them, the azure spirit green gold toad kicked its legs in the air and moved dozens of meters in the air before falling into the sea again. Ah! The direction that they were falling towards was the deep sea. All of the Miao Xian sect disciples were gathered there. The place that was originally very safe was now directly facing the huge body of the blue spirit green gold toad and its red and brutal eyes. "Run!" It was unknown who shouted, but everyone immediately reacted and suddenly raised their origin power, wanting to fly in all directions. Pa pa! Another red light flashed in the air. The Zhongling green gold toad stuck out its tongue and swallowed it. It rolled up a large group of Miao Xian sect disciples and directly ate them into its stomach. Its tongue seemed to possess an extremely powerful spatial power. As long as it was within its attack range, it could directly roll the target over. The rest of the Miao Xian sect disciples were even more scared out of their wits as they wailed to the heavens and earth. One by one, they forcefully gathered their essence force and fled into the distance. Gulp! Gulu! The Zhongling green gold toad cried out twice and its huge body fell into the sea, causing water to splash. Its eyes were filled with hatred, and its cheeks were bulging. It opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of green liquid, which turned into countless swords and shot out. The remaining disciples of the Miao Xian sect were sprayed by the green liquid and screamed on the spot. Their bodies were immediately corroded and emitted countless white smoke, leaving no bones behind. The body of the Zhongling green gold toad sank into the ocean after being hit by the venom. Kill this golden toad. Xianxia was shocked and furious. He had originally wanted to find the disciples of the Miao Xian sect to ask about Zhang Ruobing, but they were all killed in an instant. This was not a big deal and he could ask anyone he wanted. However, the bone rainbow had been swallowed into the golden toad's stomach, and it was unknown if it was still alive. Yifan was also shocked. This golden toad must be taking revenge for being hit by the giant mountain. Those two people are probably dead, right? Yunxiao's face was extremely gloomy as he said in a cold voice, "I must see the corpse." After spending so much effort, it was impossible for everything to go to waste in the end, and his body was not found, which made him feel uneasy. Gulu gulu, the vast spirit green gold toad continued to sink into the water. Its eyes were red, and when it saw the rays of light flying towards it, it seemed to sense danger. Its body sucked in a deep breath, and the golden-green bumps on its back all deflated. Its cheeks swelled up. Bang! A mouthful of jade-colored venom was spat out from the mouth of the vast spirit green gold toad. The entire sea exploded in an instant, like a huge green firework. The venom instantly turned into sharp arrows and shot in all directions. The evil spirit chopped at the poisonous arrow with his axe. With a chi sound, the poisonous liquid instantly corroded his dragon chi and splattered on the axe, burning a hole. The rest of the people's faces also changed. The venom directly corroded the Emperor Qi defense and attacked like a storm. Ah! Yu Julin let out a blood-curdling screech, and one of his arms fell off. It was being corroded and shrunk in the air, and finally disappeared. Are you okay? What? Duan Yu was startled, and he came to his side in a flash as he asked hurriedly. They had basically started following Yunxiao around the same time, and their strength was not much different, so they had the best relationship with him. Yu Jilin's face was pale, and cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He still shook his head. However, he could not hide the fear on his face. The profound level weapon in his hand could not even withstand a single blow. It only blocked for a moment before it melted and splashed onto his body. Although it only touched a little, a large part of it was immediately corroded. Fortunately, he was quite alert and cut off one of his arms at the first moment. Otherwise, he would have been completely dead. Yifan was shocked. Not good! The golden toad has disappeared. Just as the vast spirit green gold toad spat out a mouthful of poison, its entire body became more and more transparent in the sea water before finally disappearing. Mo Xiaochuan and the others immediately flew down and stepped on the surface of the sea. They spread out their divine senses, but they could not sense the golden toad's existence at all. The honored guest's expression was grave. I can see that the golden toad's tongue seems to have the power of space. It can sweep up everything within a radius in an instant. This thing must have mastered some spatial divine arts. Young Master Yun, your pupillary abilities? Yun Xiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and his eyes gradually turned demonic. But, in an instant, they returned to calmness, and his face was extremely pale as he said, "No, I can't use my elemental energy at all. In that case, there's no need to force it." The two of them were swallowed by the golden toad. With such a strong corrosive power, I'm afraid they're already dead. Yun Xiao's face was extremely unsightly. His intuition told him that Bon Hong would not die so easily. Well, everything has its own destiny. Those who deserve to die will not live, and those who deserve to live will not die. Even if the two of them manage to escape with their lives, we can defeat them today, and even more so in the future. Dijia's face twitched slightly. It was true that no one had improved faster than Yun Xiao. His face was dark as he put his hands behind his back and said coldly, "I've already done what I promised. What do I want?" Yun Xiao's eyes flickered as he chuckled and said, "Old brother doesn't need to worry. I won't forget my promise. There's too much movement here, and it's in the north region. I'm afraid that there will be experts coming to investigate soon. Why don't we talk in another place?" He rarely let others be arrogant when it came to addressing him, but when he thought about how the other party was an unparalleled demon master, it was not a loss for him to call him elder brother. Several hours later, the two of them appeared in a tavern in Dingtian City. A pot of fine wine was placed in the middle, and two jade-like cups were glimmering. Sitting across from each other in the tavern where people were coming and going, Yun Xiao filled 2 glasses with wine and began to drink. Dijia's face was gloomy and he was in no mood at all. He said with anger and coldness, "You said that the Agarine is already in someone else's body, and you actually tricked me into taking action? You're wrong, brother," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "At that time, I only said where the Agarine was, but I didn't say that it was ownerless." "Fine," Dijia snorted coldly. "Take me to see that person. It's just a little bit of effort." Yun Xiao spread his hands and said, "I'm sorry, but that man is a friend of mine now. If you want to touch him, you will have to stand on the opposite side of me. Li Yun Xiao, don't think that I don't dare to kill you. The fiend energy in your body will be mine sooner or later." Dijia's face was cold. He slowly clenched his fingers, and 2 wisps of demonic chi swirled in his palms. He seemed to be ready to fight at any time. Yun Xiao looked around and saw that many warriors in the tavern had also noticed the strange situation here. They all cast strange looks at them, and several cold and sharp auras locked on to the 2 men in the dark. What made the 2 of them not know whether to laugh or cry was that the strength of the person who had secretly locked on to them was at most a high-level martial honored realm. He was most likely a consecrator invited by this wine shop. "Elder brother, please calm down. For some reason, there are martial artists everywhere in the Dingtian city, as if they are trying to catch someone. Although I know you're not afraid," Yun Xiao said in a low voice, "it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If you encounter some peerless expert and accidentally die, it won't be worth it." "Humph! I must get the Agarine and the rainbow stone," Dijia said ferociously. "When my real body was split into 5 pieces, The rainbow stone lost its source of magic and automatically broke into the rainbow stone and the rainbow stone. As long as I get the remaining parts, I can still turn the tide and take back the other clones. He retracted the 2 devil essence vortexes in his hands and suppressed all his aura. Only then did he look no different from an ordinary person. However, a strange look flashed in his eyes as he said, "How can your devil essence be so powerful? It's almost equivalent to a clone." His heart moved, and he suddenly cried out, "Could it be that you've obtained my 5th clone? Impossible, impossible. If that's the case, I'll definitely sense it." Dijia shook his head repeatedly and denied himself. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he asked tentatively, "What's with the 6 weapons under the true fiend Dharma body? It actually has such great power." Dijia's face sank and immediately became cold. "Why are you asking this? This is not something you should be concerned about." Yunxiao smiled and drank the wine in his hand. These wine taverns were all branches of various forces for the convenience of doing things. The wine inside was full of spiritual qi and was of great benefit to martial artists. The tavern they were in was the largest in the entire Dingtian city, and the expenses there were not something that ordinary cultivators could afford. Of course, this benefit was completely negligible for experts like Yunxiao and Dijia, but it still made them feel refreshed and comfortable. "Brother, you understand this too. Just mind your own business." Yunxiao chuckled. Dijia's face changed slightly, and he immediately understood that Yunxiao wanted to exchange information with him. After a moment of silence, he said, "Those 6 weapons are called the 6 Paths demonic weapons. I used them when I was at my peak." "Where are these 6 weapons now?" Yunxiao asked. "Is it that if the devil essence is strong enough, it can break through the air and take it at any time?" Dijia sneered. "These 6 weapons are now reincarnating in the 6 paths. The true fiend Dharma form is my real body and has a trace of divine thought connection with these 6 weapons. So when the Dharma form appears, the shadows of the 6 weapons will appear. If I want to take them all, I'll have to recover my full strength." Yunxiao was surprised when he heard that. "Are those 6 weapons all supreme grade profound level weapons?" "Ha ha ha." Dijia couldn't help but laugh. "The so-called transcendent grade profound level weapon is just a way you lowly human race put it. Above level 9 are saint weapons, and my 6 paths demonic weapon is a heavenly saint weapon. A heavenly saint tool." Yunxiao's heart jolted as he said, "Could it be that saint artifacts are also divided into levels?" "Of course." A trace of pride flashed across Dijia's face and he said proudly, "It's impossible to make a true sacred artifact in this world. If I'm not wrong, the so-called Noah's ship of your human race is only a quasi-sacred artifact close to a sacred artifact. Within a saint artifact, it's the same as an ordinary 1st to 9th tier profound artifact. It's divided into good and bad, but the difference in power is not too ridiculous. Above them, there is an even more powerful existence that can crush all saint artifacts. It is my 6 paths demonic weapon, the heavenly saint artifact." Dijia's eyes were shining, as if he was reminiscing. Yunxiao did not even dare to breathe. The demon master in front of him was a powerful existence who had existed for countless years, and there was no way he would lie to him for no reason. As a top alchemist, he was even more shocked when he heard the news, and his eyes shone as if a new door had been opened in front of him. His heart was filled with infinite longing and yearning. "Ha ha! Ha ha ha! I'll spit!" An extremely disdainful and mocking voice was heard. At a table not far away, a few martial artists were also sitting and drinking. One of the long-bearded elders laughed out loud. He glanced over without any scruples and mocked, "Ignorant child, you're spouting nonsense." The old man was wearing a long robe with wide sleeves. He had a high and mighty appearance, and his qi was completely restrained, showing that his cultivation was not weak. At this moment, his face was full of ridicule and disdain. After he shouted, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the pub. The noisy environment suddenly became quiet. Many cultivators even seemed a little nervous as they lowered their heads to secretly observe. When Yunxiao first came in, he also found that most of the warriors in the tavern were absent-minded. as if their minds were focused on the few people at the table who seemed to be very powerful. At the same table as the old man, there was a man in luxurious clothes, sitting quietly opposite him. He was wearing a pale blue satin robe, and his left hand was constantly turning a large green ring. At first glance, he looked like a very noble person, and a faint smile was on his face. Hee, that's right, boasting shamelessly, so embarrassing. Sitting between the two were two enchanting and cool women in palace clothes. They covered their delicate little mouths with lotus-colored silk scarves and sneered with a charming and bone-chilling smile. The two of them were beautiful women with charming eyes. When the corners of their lips curved and their eyes twitched, the room was instantly filled with spring. One of them wanted to refuse, but he still used his sparkling and translucent upper body that was like a full moon to rub against the old man's arm, intentionally or otherwise. The other person was holding a wine glass, her cherry-like mouth holding the fine wine. She didn't swallow it, but just stared at the old man. The old man took a big gulp of wine and revealed a lecherous expression. His two hands started to move around. Hee, you people from the Dingtian city really have some impudent people. You guys dare to spout nonsense. Yunxiao and Yunxiao did not deliberately conceal their voices as they conversed, because most people would not understand what they were talking about. Moreover, the world was so big that no one in any tavern would recognize them. But they did not expect to be scolded out of nowhere. Ha! These two people look like country bumpkins who have never seen the world. They only know how to say things that make people laugh their teeth off. The luxuriously dressed man opposite the old man stroked his beard and chuckled. Elder Jiang, don't lower yourself to the same level as these juniors. Come, let's drink. Don't affect our pleasure. Jiang Shozhen chuckled and pinched the two women's bodies hard. He smiled and gulped down a mouthful of wine, saying, This old man has roamed the world for over 100 years. Even the sect masters of the 7 great sects would greet me politely when they see me. I've never seen or heard of any saint artifact. What the hell is this? That's right. Who doesn't know of Elder Jiang's reputation? We sisters have never seen these two young children before. They should have come from some countryside to gain experience. Hee. They are really embarrassing. The one on the left was called Peach, and her pair of charming phoenix eyes were charming. She got up, twisted her slender waist, and poured Jiang Shozhen a cup of wine. But just as Jiang Shozhen was about to take it, she smiled and snatched it from him. Just as Jiang Shozhen was about to step forward and pull her into his arms, the other woman called Aryur quickly pressed her soft cherry blossom-like lips against the old man's and poured the fine wine in her mouth into his, making Jiang Shozhen feel as light as a feather. The rest of the martial artists in the tavern swallowed their saliva and lowered their heads. They didn't dare to look at such an unscrupulous and alluring scene, but they wanted to see it, so they could only sneak a glance to satisfy their eyes. The luxuriously dressed man sighed. It's a pity that Elder Jiang has come at the wrong time. Now that such a major incident has happened in the Dingtian city, all the suspicious people have been strictly investigated. This has affected our official business. It will take a lot more time and effort to set up all kinds of transaction procedures. Jiang Shozhen hugged the two girls and smiled. It doesn't matter. Good things take more time. However, this incident has really pierced through the heavens. Someone actually dared to massacre the entire City Lord's mansion, and even dared to look down on Saint Realm law enforcers. He lowered his voice and made a throat-slitting gesture. There was a trace of fear and shock on his face. That's right, the magnificently dressed man said. Dingtian City is considered a big city in the North region, but I've never heard of this before. Fortunately, the City Lord's strength is as high as the heavens, and he managed to escape this calamity. Elder Jiang's eyes lit up and he said, The City Lord is an 8 stars martial sovereign. It's reasonable for him to be able to escape this calamity. This time, the murderer is going to be in big trouble. I wonder who did it. Do you have any clues? The man in luxurious clothes looked around and seemed to be a little afraid. He said in a low voice, I don't know who it is, but the City Lord has already recorded that person's appearance and sent the news back to the Holy Region as soon as possible. Moreover, The image of that person's appearance should be released very soon, and the whole world will hunt him down. Dijia's face darkened, and a hint of gloominess flashed across his face, but he quickly regained his calm, as if nothing had happened. So, something so big has happened, Xianxia thought. No wonder the entire city is on high alert. No one is so bold. However, he didn't have the time to think about all this. He was still in shock from Dijia's words. Other than my brother's 6 paths demonic weapon, are there any other heavenly saint artifacts in the heaven martial realm? Dijia also slowly sipped his wine and said, when you reach a certain level, you will naturally understand that on the path of martial arts, the peak is but an illusion, and the end is merely the beginning. Pa! Not far away, Jiang Shoujin slammed the table, finally unable to contain his anger. Brat, you still dare to talk nonsense here? The heaven-setting city is not like your countryside. Talking big and losing face is one thing, but losing your life is another. He had thought these two brats would be ashamed and stay quiet after his earlier scolding. Who knew they'd start spewing more nonsense, claiming that the peak of martial arts was meaningless, and the end just a new beginning. Elder Jiang, why should you lower yourself to the same level as these ignorant juniors? The magnificently dressed man hurriedly asked. There are as many martial Dao juniors like these minions as carps crossing the river. The cruel world will make them cry sooner or later. Elder Jiang snorted and his face darkened. The words of these two brats are really unpleasant to hear. He put down his glass and turned to look out the window. The luxuriously dressed man immediately understood and gave a look to the woman beside him. Peach Blossom immediately understood Elder Jiang's intentions. Puffing out her chest, she stood up from Elder Jiang's embrace and walked towards the two with a smile on her face. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators all changed slightly. They knew that these two young men were in trouble, and many of them revealed gloating expressions. However, most of their eyes were still on Peach's swaying body, and many of them gulped. Pa! Peach's slender jade-like hand directly smacked on the table. After picking it up, a glittering token appeared on the table. Various patterns were engraved on it, and in the center was a majestic ancient tree that reached the sky. It seemed to be the symbol of some sex identity. Narrowing her eyes, Peach's charming expression disappeared, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. You all recognize this token, right? Dijia didn't move, as if he didn't hear anything at all. He sipped his wine and thought about his own thoughts. Xianxia glanced at the token. He really did not recognize it, so he could only shake his head. In the distance, Arguer couldn't help but burst out laughing. Intentionally or otherwise, she leaned her body closer to Jiang Shoujin's body. At the same time, she gasped softly and continuously. Hee, you don't even recognize the giant tree token. You're indeed a country bumpkin. The surrounding cultivators who were drinking also shook their heads slightly. The giant tree token was the highest token of the divine tree family in Dingtian City. The divine tree family could be considered one of the 3 major forces in Dingtian City. Those who held this token could do whatever they wanted. The man was the second in command of the divine wood family, Mu Yufeng. He could be considered one of the top 10 figures in Dingtian City, but these two country bumpkins actually did not know him. In the beginning, some people had doubted Yunxiao and Nangong Wux's cultivation base, but now they had basically confirmed that they were young masters from some remote city who had been sent out to gain experience. These country bumpkins were usually more powerful and influential in the countryside, and their families could basically dominate a village and a town. However, if they didn't know how to restrain themselves after leaving the aristocratic families, it would be a tragedy. This was because in a place like Dingtian City, any third-rate power could annihilate their aristocratic families in a matter of minutes. Ha ha ha! Jiang Shoujin laughed out loud as well, his anger greatly reduced. In addition, Arguer's wanton display of her skills made him rather agitated. He looked at Arguer and licked his dry lips. Mu Yufeng chuckled and said, "Just show them your cultivation and drive them away. The entire city is under martial law now, so try not to cause any trouble." After receiving the command token, Peach slapped the table and retrieved the giant wooden command token. A faint killing intent overflowed from her body. She actually had the cultivation of a high-level martial honored realm expert. She coldly said, "Do you want to live or die, your own choice?" "Of course," Xianxia said with a wry smile. "I have to live." Swish! "Useless thing." Peach disdainfully spat. "If you want to live, then get lost immediately." Yunxiao's expression did not change. He just looked up at Dijia. Dijia also looked indifferent and said, "Let's go," he said. It was as if he had no interest in fighting these people. Without another word, the two of them left the tavern one after another. Behind him, RU's and scrupulous sarcasm and sharp laughter could be heard. Hee hee. Sister Tao only revealed a little bit of killing intent and scared them away. With this bit of achievement, you still want to come out to gain experience. Hee hee, how embarrassing. If I were them, I'd quickly go home and hide in my bed. I'm so scared. Jiang Xiuzhen laughed in a strange voice. "Why don't you two come with me and hide in the quilt?" Aya. Bad, 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 bad. Elder Jiang, you are so bad. Ruer appeared to be angry. She pounded Elder Jiang's chest with her delicate hands a few times before throwing herself into his embrace and acting like a spoiled child. Mu Yufeng also smiled apologetically and said, "Elder Jiang, it's been a long time since you've come. Tao Hong and have missed you so much and have mentioned you to me many times. Since you've finally come, Elder Jiang should spend more time with them." Hee hee, I will. Jiang Xiuzhen's eyes narrowed into a line as he smiled. He hugged the two girls in his arms and said slowly, "I'll reveal a piece of information to you. This time, our Myriad Treasure Towers auction will have a world-shaking treasure." "Oh? A world-shaking treasure?" Mu Yufeng immediately perked up. He knew that Jiang Xiuzhen's status in Myriad Treasures Tower was not low, and any information he divulged would benefit him greatly. He hurriedly bent down to listen. Jiang Xiuzhen smiled faintly, picked up the wine glass, and carefully admired it. Mu Yufeng was pleased. He took out a palm-sized bone box and handed it over. Jiang Xiuzhen opened it with a smile and a bright light shone. His eyes lit up and he immediately closed the lid and put it away with satisfaction. The surrounding cultivators were all paying attention to the two, all of them perking up their ears to listen to what kind of world-shaking treasure it was. Jiang Xiuzhen's eyes seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally sweeping around, revealing a contemptuous and mocking look. He casually cast a barrier, isolating the space of the entire table. The other cultivators in the tavern were immediately disappointed. They could only drink their wine gloomily. They did not dare to offend the two, so they could only continue to secretly cast their gazes on Tao Hong and RUer. They wanted to feast their eyes on them and satisfy their cravings. Only then did Jiang Xiuzhen put away his lecherous look and whispered, "I wonder if brother has ever heard of the sword beheading the stars?" Mu Yofeng's entire body trembled as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He was so frightened that he almost lost his mind and said, "The item that is going to be auctioned this time, could it be a transcendent grade profound level weapon?" The two women beside him also changed their expressions abruptly. After a brief moment of ghastly white, they became even more lustrous red. The surrounding cultivators looked at these people and couldn't help but wonder what this so-called world-shaking treasure was. Jiang Xiuzhen immediately burst out laughing. He pointed at Mu Yufeng and said, "Younger brother, if it's really a transcendent grade profound artifact, the stars/sword, would our 10,000 treasures tower dare to sell it?" Mu Yufeng thought about it and agreed. Although the 10,000 treasure store was the #1 chamber of commerce in the world, even if a sacred zone had obtained a supreme grade profound level weapon, they would not dare to make a big deal out of it, let alone auction it. If the Myriad Treasure Tower really did such a foolish thing, it would probably not take a few days for the entire Chamber of Commerce's power to be inexplicably uprooted. Mu Yofeng's agitated mood slowly calmed down, and he said, "Then what's the point of Elder Jiang? Could it be related to the sword that slashed the stars?" "Not many people know about this now, but it'll spread very quickly." "There's no harm in telling you," Jiang Xiuzhen said, pursing his lips. Mu Yufeng was cursing in his heart. This was something that was about to spread. yet he still had the face to ask for a bribe from him. The item he had just contributed was worth a lot. He suppressed the pain in his heart and said, "I'd like to hear the details." Xianxia's expression turned serious, and he said, "Although the item for auction this time isn't the Star Slasher, it's a part of it." Back then, the peerless martial sovereign Gu Feiyang had combined his 3 swords into one and refined a supreme-grade profound-level weapon, the sword that could cut the stars, which had shocked the world. The item up for auction today is the Star Destroyer sword. "It's actually this item." Mu Yufeng was shocked. Even if it's just the Starfall Divine Sword, it should cause a huge commotion, right? It was said that Gu Feiyang died in the Tiandang Mountains, but I don't know if it's true or not. However, I haven't heard any news about him for so many years. Since your sect has this sword, the rumor is most likely true. Jiang Xiuzhen rolled his eyes at him and said, "Gu Feiyang's death must be true. Besides, the Star Destroyer sword in this auction was obtained by chance. I heard from the higher-ups that this sword has been damaged. Our 10,000 Treasures building sent people to the Sea of Soul Formation with the sword and only managed to repair 70 to 80% of it, but it's still not at its peak. Even if it's only 70% to 80%, it's still a godly sword," Mu Yufeng said seriously. "I'm afraid the competition will be intense." Jiang Xiuzhen laughed. "It's a good opportunity given by the heavens. It just so happens that young Master Tang Xian is getting married in the Red Moon City. Master Tang Qing is hosting a banquet all over the world. Many people are worried about the gifts. Our Myriad Treasure Store is also taking advantage of this opportunity to find a way to sell it at a high price." "The Star Destroyer sword?" Mu Yufeng pondered. TSK. Who would be stupid enough to buy such a peerless item as a congratulatory gift? Jiang Xiuzhen sneered. "Little brother, you don't understand, do you? The Tang family had forcefully entered the Red Moon City, and after the battle at the Eastern Sea, their power had soared. The prestige of the Red Moon City was much higher than when Jiang Churen was still here. Regardless of Tang Qing's strength, at least his reputation was not weaker than the other 6 sect masters. The Tang family has been at the peak of its power in the Red Moon City for at least several hundred years. At this time, it's better to have a relationship with them as soon as possible, and the deeper the relationship, the better." Mu Yufeng patted his head and said, "Elder Jiang is right. Look at my blockhead. Sigh. I only know how to cultivate all day and have never opened my apertures." "You're too modest, brother," said Jiang Xiuzhen with a smile. "The Divine Wood family is one of the top 3 powers in the Dingtian city. I'm sure that the chief has his own plans for this incident at the city lord's residence." Mu Yufeng's expression changed greatly, and his eyes began to wander. He coughed a few times. "Ha ha ha." Jiang Xiuzhen laughed and stood up. He bent down and patted him on the shoulder. "I'm also grateful for the hospitality of the first master and younger brother. If there's anything I can help you with, please don't hesitate to ask. Younger brother, feel free to use the power of the 10,000 Treasures Tower in this set Heaven City." "Really?" Mu Yufeng was overjoyed. He grabbed Jiang Xiuzhen's hand and said excitedly, "I thank Elder Jiang on behalf of the chief." Jiang Xiuzhen retracted his hand and removed the barrier with a wave. Then, he placed his hand on Peach Blossom's thigh and touched it. He chuckled and said, Calm down. Peach felt her body go soft, and she leaned against it. As she did so, a seductive sound came out of her mouth, and her breathing became heavier. Mu Yufeng chuckled, feeling overjoyed. At this moment, a few martial artists suddenly walked in from outside the door. Their eyes swept across the tavern, and they hurriedly walked toward Mu Yufeng, whispering a few words in his ear. Mu Yufeng chuckled and said, "Oh, have you sent over the video of the Saint Realm Enforcer's murderer?" Jiang Xiuzhen's expression also changed, and he said, "Show it to me too. I also want to know who in this world is so bold." Not only did he exterminate the entire city lord's mansion, but he also dared to kill people from the sanctuary. That's right. Mu Yufeng laughed. Elder Jiang is very knowledgeable and has connections with the world. Most of the elders would know someone as powerful as him. The warriors took out an image stone and carefully placed it on the table. At the same time, they activated the array on it. A ray of light shot out from the stone and was projected into the air, slowly revealing the figure of a young man. Pa! Jiang Xiuzhen's hand that was holding the wine cup suddenly trembled, and the wine cup was crushed into pieces. The wine inside was also evaporated by the chaotic Emperor Qi. His eyes immediately turned white like a dead fish, and his body trembled like a sieve. Ah! It's him! Tao Hong and Arguer were also shocked. Both of them covered their mouths and cried out in surprise. Their faces were filled with disbelief. As they stared at the figure in the projection that looked like a god of death, they felt boundless fear envelop them. Dijia's figure was clearly seen in the image stone. The stone recorded the memory of the city master, and every move was so real and terrifying. He had killed dozens of experts with just a raise of his hand and a raise of his foot. The city lord of Dingtian City, who had the strength of an 8-stars martial emperor, was basically crippled with just one move. He lay on the ground, unable to move. Lord Yufeng, what's wrong with you? The subordinates looked at the four people's expressions and were a little confused, asking carefully. Mu Yofeng's face had never been so pale before. He felt as if the air had been sucked dry. No matter how hard he tried to breathe, he felt like he was suffocating. After Yunxiao and Dijia left the tavern, they strolled around the street. The streets were filled with hurried passers-by and martial artists. Everyone's face was very serious, afraid that they would be accidentally involved in the big event that was happening now. I don't know who has caused such a great disturbance, Yunxiao said while touching his nose. Even the sacred zone has been alarmed. Dijia ignored him and walked in the middle of the street with an indifferent expression. He said, "How much do you know about the sanctum?" Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he thought for a moment and said, "I guess so. I wonder why old brother is here. Could it be Zhenzhen?" He seemed to have guessed something. Only a devil master's clone could attract him. Dijia stopped. "That's right," he said. "I seem to have sensed that the last avatar is in the sanctuary." "How is this possible?" Yunxiao cried out in surprise. Although he had guessed it, it still gave him a fright. But Dijia's senses could not be wrong. "Why not?" Dijia asked coldly. Yunxiao was stumped by his question. "Yeah, why not?" Yunxiao was taken aback for a moment. Then he suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "So what do you plan to do now?" "Go to the sanctuary." His expression changed and he said in shock, "Could it be that there is something amiss in the Dingtian city?" He looked at Dijia's cold expression and suddenly understood. He smiled bitterly and said, "You've caused too much of a commotion. You've directly searched the soul of the law enforcer. I'm sure you've already mastered the way to enter the holy region." Dijia nodded. "That's right. Although I've mastered the way to enter, from the memory of the law enforcer, the power of the sanctuary is beyond my expectations. But after meeting you, perhaps this trip to the holy region can be cancelled." "Are you referring to the great increase in my fiend energy?" Yunxiao laughed. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Have you ever heard of the Great One Profound Qi?" Dijia's heart trembled, and a fierce look burst out from his eyes. "You obtained the supreme mystical Qi and refined it? No wonder it can transform elemental energy at will. I thought it was a mayfly." He suddenly lost his composure, his face filled with shock, but he slowly recovered. However, his face was still solemn as he said, "I think you've only obtained a trace of Great One Profound Qi by chance. Can we get a lot more of that thing?" Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "I can't believe it." "Indeed," Dijia said seriously. "Even if it's just a trace, it's a great fortune. It's a pity that this trace of profound Qi has already been refined in your body, so it's completely wasted. Otherwise, it would have been wasted, humph." He did not hide the dissatisfaction and killing intent in his tone. Yunxiao's face was dark as he said gloomily, "What do you mean I wasted it? It's not a waste if you have to use it. I wonder if elder brother has heard of spiritual energy." Dijia's face flickered with surprise. He stared at Yunxiao for a while, then a strange smile appeared on his face. Xiao's hair stood on end under his gaze. He braced himself and said, "If you've heard of it, then you've heard of it. If you haven't, then you've never heard of it. Why are you staring at me like this? I know a friend who likes Tongyang. Do you want me to introduce him to you?" Dijia laughed. "You're really lucky. I'm sure you still have a little bit of spirit power in your body. When you tried to transform it with your origin power, you couldn't get what you wanted, right?" Xiao's heart jolted as he blurted out, "Right? Why is that so?" Dijia revealed a sinister smile. "If you want to know the answer, exchange it for a pair of neon stones." Xiao's face darkened as he said in a serious voice, "Other than a piece of agarine, I might really know the whereabouts of a rainbow stone." "Really?" Dijia was shocked and suddenly showed a look of great joy. Obtaining a complete piece of neon stone and obtaining a piece of neon stone were two completely different things. "I don't have much confidence in this, and I can't tell you for the time being," Xiao said in a deep voice. "But I can find a way to help you find out about your clone in the holy region." Dijia's face became gloomy and uncertain, and he said coldly, "I'm determined to get the 2 rainbow stones. If you can get them, not only can I tell you about the spiritual energy, but I can also tell you the way to enter the 10-direction divine realm under this sky." "What? You have a way to step into the 10 directions divine realm?" Xiao was shocked. His mind instantly lost control. The shock brought by Dijia's words was too great. In both his lives, he had been searching for the tracks of the 10 directions divine realm, but this was the first time he had heard someone say so with such certainty. He could no longer remain calm. Dijia stared at him mockingly and grinned. "Don't forget that I'm the demon emperor who has swept through the ages. There are very few things in this world that I don't know." He had an extremely proud appearance, as if everything in the world from ancient times to now was in his hands. "Can you tell me the method first?" Xiao asked. "When I step into the 10 worlds divine realm, it will be much easier for me to help you find the Nihong stone." "Are you insulting your own intelligence or my intelligence?" Dijia's face darkened. Hee. Xiao knew that his suggestion was too childish, so he could only laugh in embarrassment. The two of them talked casually without hiding their voices and looks, which had attracted a lot of attention. In particular, Xiao's exclamation about the 10 directions divine realm attracted the attention of a large number of martial artists. When they saw Dijia's face, their faces changed and they left in a hurry. Some of them even turned into light and flew away after a shiver. Over there. In just a few breaths' time, there was a commotion and many powerful auras were approaching. Xiao frowned as he spread out his divine sense and sensed that there were more than 100 people. "Brother, we can't stay here any longer. Why don't we talk somewhere else?" "No need," Dijia said indifferently. "I've said what I need to say. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the heavenly martial arts realm who knows the way to become a god. It's up to you to grasp the opportunity. If you want to be the first person in tens of thousands of years, bring the 2 stones of Japan to me." When Xiao saw that he was about to leave, he said anxiously, "Old brother, why are you in such a hurry? Let's have a good talk. Right? I can help you with the matters regarding your clone in the saint level. Don't even think about getting information from me through other means. I'll investigate the matter of the holy region," Dijia said coldly. "But I can't sense the 2 stones of rainbow." "Then, how can I find you?" Xiao asked. He still wanted to try his best to make him stay. Indeed, as Dijia said, the only person in this world who knew the secret of becoming a god was probably him, the demon master who had traveled through ancient and modern times. Dijia said, "I have already planted a seed in your true devil giant spirit. If you want to find me, you will know where I am. Goodbye for today." With that, he turned and left, ignoring Xiao. However, a storm was already brewing in the Dingtian city. Dozens of powerful auras were rolling over like dark clouds. "Humph! You want to leave?" Suddenly, a vigorous voice came from the sky. Soon after, countless rays of light slowly gathered to form a large green hand, which broke through the sky without any explanation. The palm also made a seal in the air. The index finger and ring finger were like 2 antennae of a snail, pointing directly at Dijia. The entire city was enveloped by this seal, and it was in imminent danger. The buildings on both sides of the street were directly disintegrated into countless fine powder that was blown away. The expressions of the hundreds of martial artists in the surroundings changed drastically. They looked at the attack that was falling from the sky in horror, knowing that a peerless expert was coming. Xianxia's pupils constricted slightly. The person who could use such a move was most likely someone from the Holy Region. Dijia's expression didn't change much under the seal, but his body seemed to be overwhelmed. He was directly crushed and disintegrated into a large amount of black devil flame. The demonic flame condensed into a huge hand in the air, its 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the surrounding space was compressed into irregular ripples. The fist then punched towards the green seal. Boom! The black flames were like an iron fist, directly shattering the mirror-like green seal and shooting into the 9 heavens. It changed its direction in the air and was about to escape into the distance. Humph, you do have some ability. But since this old man is here, you have to stay. A few balls of light appeared in the sky, slowly revealing the figures of 3 men with cold and angry expressions. One of them had a head full of white hair and was dressed in a white robe. The 2 men behind him were dressed in battle armor that shone with golden light. Their burly figures exuded an air of might without being angry, and they emitted the aura of experts. Xianxia's expression changed. He seemed to have some impression of this white-haired old man. He seemed to be a deputy secretary of the Holy Region, but he could not remember his name at the moment. It's a powerful person from the 8 heavens. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock and joy, "It's the 8 heavenly experts! Ha-ha! These 2 murderers will be executed without a fight." Xianxia's face darkened as he looked at the man who had spoken, and a look of extreme dissatisfaction appeared on his face. As expected, he had been regarded as one of the murderers. The person who spoke was stared at by him and immediately shrank back into the crowd in fear. "What are you afraid of? With the powerhouses of the 8 heavens here, these 2 murderers will no longer have the chance to kill." Someone in the crowd immediately cheered that person on. In the sky, the white-robed old man's sword-like eyebrows furrowed in anger. He directly formed a seal with his hand. The dark clouds in the sky started to roll like a dirty marshmallow. They instantly gathered in front of the black flames. A force that could not be seen clearly spread out, causing the space to shake. Black Flame's escape power was blocked, and he turned into Dijia's figure. He said with a cold face, "I didn't want to be a busybody, but since the 3 of you are looking for death, then you can really die." Clang! More than 10 profound-level weapons shot out from his body and hung in the air. They were all 9th-grade existences and were contaminated by the black chi. Under his control, they flew forward at a rapid speed under his spiritual will. More than a dozen 9th-tier profound-level weapons burst out with a shocking sound, and the sound waves rippled out. The profound-level weapons themselves flew around happily like demonic gods, directly tearing the sky apart. The entire dark cloud restriction was directly split apart like a piece of wood. More than 10 different black trajectories were drawn in the sky, slashing toward the 3 people of the Holy Region. The moment this move was used, the expressions of everyone in the Dingtian city changed drastically. Just the ability to control these dozen or so 9th-tier profound armaments and to unleash the power of the profound armaments to the extreme was enough to step into the ranks of the top experts. A few people in the crowd had even turned pale, revealing expressions of extreme fear and terror. They were Mu Yufeng, Jiang Xiuzhen, Tao Hong and Ru, who had been in the tavern earlier. As soon as the murderer's trail was found in the city, all the sects, families, and even all the martial artists rushed to the city, and the 4 of them were no exception. As members of the Divine Wood family and Myriad Treasure Store, they had come earlier than the other martial artists. However, Dijia and Xianxia were talking and laughing on the road in the distance, but they did not dare to come forward. At this moment, seeing Dijia's means, the 4 of them felt a lingering fear and a chill. Jiang Xiuzhen and Peach Blossom's faces were even paler, without a trace of blood. "Watch out!" Tianxiang's expression changed drastically as he shouted. His body moved slightly, and a sharp chi bloomed from his hand, and a cold light shone on the water. A thin willow leaf blade flickered a few times and slashed towards those profound level weapons at an extremely fast speed. Bang! 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 Every time he slashed, a profound level weapon would be shaken off. Everyone could only see a dazzling ray of light flying around him. Each of the profound level weapons had been controlled exquisitely. It was not a simple slash. Every strike could appear from an extremely tricky position, and in an instant Ba Tianxiang was suppressed to a disadvantage. After 8 days of body strengthening, the two armored men's faces also changed greatly, and they hurriedly drew their swords to attack. Bang! The sword broke with the sound, and the man's entire body was directly cut open. The upper half of his body flew off, and his face still had a stunned expression, as if he couldn't react in time. The other companion sucked in a breath of cold air, revealing a terrified expression, and instantly raised his origin power to the extreme. Be careful. Quickly retreat. Tianxiang's body also trembled as he hurriedly shouted to the other person. At this moment, he realized that he had misjudged his opponent, and he was afraid that he had caused great trouble. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a copper hammer appeared out of nowhere, broke through the void, and smashed the man's head into pieces. Ah! All the martial artists watching the battle below had their mouths wide open in horror. Their eyes were wide open, as if they couldn't believe it. Damn it! Tianxiang's eyes widened in anger. His eyes were almost spewing fire. 2 high-level martial supremes had died just like that. He had completely gone berserk. The blade in his hand was faster and faster, forming a dense net of blades. It turned into a layer of green light around his body, constantly shaking away those profound level weapons, as if he was trying to break out of the trap. Whether you deserve to die or not, Dijia sneered. It all depends on strength. He made a hand seal and spread it out in front of him. A black nebula appeared and expanded to several feet in size. Yunxiao's pupils constricted and slowly turned into a blood moon as he stared at it. When he used the true fiend Dharma idol, the profound meaning of this move would also inexplicably appear in his mind. It should be a tiny imprint left behind by the demon lord monarch in the demonic essence, but he could not control the essence. At this moment, as soon as he saw Dijia's move, he understood that it was the same move. He immediately stared at it without blinking. After the black nebula appeared in front of Dijia, more than 10 ninth-tier profound armaments suddenly condensed in the air and flew back in an instant. They all entered the nebula and rotated with the black power. The entire sky had turned dark, as if the night sky had suddenly descended. More than 10 pieces of profound level weapons were rolling around in the black nebula, like a pot of cooking ingredients, floating up and down. Tianxiang's face was filled with fear, and his entire body was drained of blood. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and turned into a beam of light, trying to escape. This old man can't beat him, but I can at least escape. His actions immediately caused everyone in the city to fall into a daze, but no one had the time to ridicule him, because that world-destroying power made everyone tremble with fear. Dijia raised his eyebrows and sneered. Escape! The nebula in front of them suddenly grew larger. In that instant, everyone's hearts trembled. They were shocked to find that the entire Dingtian city, and even the entire world, was within this black nebula. Boundless fear spread in everyone's heart. Many people were scared silly on the spot, their mouths wide open and unable to speak. Skystrong's body also trembled. Only now did he understand the horror of this move. His whole body turned cold all of a sudden. He hurriedly circulated his vital chi to the extreme and poured all the emperor chi of the 9 heavens that he had gathered in his life into the saber. Dijia sneered. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Star Jade. Explode. With a soft voice, the entire nebula vortex directly pressed towards the center of the 8 heavens. It was as if countless celestial bodies were revolving in the universe. This kind of great power was already beyond the reach of humans. 8 sky strength fearfully slashed out with his willow blade. The blade trembled violently under the terrifying force. The moment the saber radiance appeared, it was immediately annihilated and devoured by the endless darkness. Xianxia looked down at the sky in a daze, unable to hide the horror in his heart. He was the only one in the entire Dingtian city who had clearly seen the profound meaning of that move. It had actually drawn out the power of more than 10 ninth-tier profound armaments, condensed them into star jades and exploded. Everyone's way of using profound-level weapons, without exception, was by pouring their primordial power into the profound-level weapon to stimulate the profound-level weapon's own power to suppress the enemy. And this method of extracting the profound-level weapon's power out of thin air was simply unheard of. Not to mention that he had used the power of more than 10 ninth-tier profound armaments at once. Not to mention 8 heaven experts who were at the beginning of 9 stars, even peak 9 stars experts would be defeated by this move. What made him even more fearful was the faint imprint left on the true fiend's celestial body. It seemed that every time he used this move, he would throw the profound-level weapons in his hands into the true fiend's celestial body. And the 6 profound-level weapons of the Demon Lord Monarch were the 6 paths demonic weapons. Xianxia felt his throat go dry. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying the Demon Lord Monarch was. If the man in front of him restored his true form, who in the world could stop him? Even if all the super forces worked together, they would not be able to resist the 6 paths demonic weapon's star jade explosion. This was the first time he had such a feeling of extreme fear, as well as a sense of powerlessness that he had never felt before. However, he also noticed that although Dijia had exquisite control over those profound-level weapons, he could only draw out a part of the power when he used the star jade explosion. He didn't know if it was because of the bottleneck of this move or because Dijia's cultivation was too weak at the moment. But even so, this person was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. The saying that he had dominated through the ages was not an exaggeration at all. Heavens! What kind of people could suppress such a terrifying existence? Then why don't you just kill him? Xianxia's mind was in a mess. The darkness in the sky gradually dispersed, leaving only Dijia standing in the sky. There were still more than 10 profound-level weapons that quietly appeared in front of him. Under his spiritual will, they all flew back into his body. Even the 9th-grade willow leaf saber that was left behind after 8 days' death was also kept. These 9th-tier profound armaments were originally left behind by the experts he had killed. Dijia looked down at Xianxia and chuckled. Come find me when you get the neon twin stones. I'm looking forward to your good news. His body gradually turned into black flames and disappeared into the sky. No one dared to stop him anymore. Swish! All eyes were on Xianxia at once, and many people even flew backward, leaving an empty space with a radius of several acres. No one dared to approach him. Jiang Xiuzhen, who was caught in the crowd, also wanted to retreat, but his legs were trembling so badly that he couldn't move an inch. Mu Yufeng was still fine. Although he was also in a state of shock, he still had the calm composure of a big shot and gave a look. Peach Blossom and Ru understood at the same time. The two of them grabbed Jiang Xiuzhen by his left and right sides and retreated several hundred meters away. However, their gazes towards Jiang Xiuzhen were filled with extreme contempt, disgust, and contempt. It was only then that Xianxia came back to his senses from the complicated feelings. He smiled wryly at the crowd and said, "Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm not on the same side as that person. I just know him." No one answered. They all stared at him vigilantly, all nervous. "I really just know him. His actions have nothing to do with me. Don't accuse a good man." Xianxia explained patiently. Although he was not afraid of these people, he did not want to be blacklisted by the Holy Region and be hunted down by the whole world for no reason. "They're in cahoots. I can be a witness," a warrior suddenly shouted. "I saw them drinking in a tavern earlier. They're definitely accomplices." This person was one of the martial artists from the tavern. His companion beside him also shouted, "Right, I saw them too. They were talking and laughing on the street. They were clearly good friends." "Not only did we see them," the person from before added, "Lord Mu Yufeng of the Divine Wood family was also present. He even came into contact with the two of them. Mu Yofeng's face turned pale. Everyone's eyes immediately gathered on him. Peach Blossom and Ru Er's faces were also pale. Jiang Shoujin was still under Dijia's threat. He took a long time to come back to his senses and kept trembling. Is it true? Lord Mu Yufeng, a high-level martial supreme elder said in a deep voice. If this person is really the murderer's accomplice, then we have the obligation to capture him and hand him over to the sanctuary for punishment. He glanced at Yun Xiao out of the corner of his eye and said, although this person also has the cultivation of a high-level martial supreme, judging from his appearance, he has only just broken through to 7 stars. We can still capture him easily if we work together. Mu Yofeng's face turned pale, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. After seeing the power of Dijia, he dared not cause such big trouble. But if he denied it, he would have to bear the consequences if the Holy Region investigated. The most difficult decision in his life was placed in front of him. He wiped the cold sweat on his face and gritted his teeth. I don't know. I've never seen this person before. Lord Yufeng, you're so cowardly. The warrior from before was shocked and furious, and he angrily rebuked. The Divine Wood family is considered a respected and indomitable existence in Dingtian City. I didn't expect you to be so afraid of death, Mu Yufeng. You don't even have the courage to point it out. Many of the surrounding cultivators began to whisper, revealing contemptuous and mocking expressions. The people from the other forces in the city were all smiling, secretly happy. Mu Yofeng's face was as ugly as cured meat, and his eyes were like those of a dead pig. He gritted his teeth and said, I've never seen him before. After he finished speaking, his wrinkled face became hot, but his heart was relieved, like a hanging stone falling to the ground. If he offended the sanctuary, he would at most be punished, and he would just have to find a way to deal with it. However, if they offended that fiend from before, it would be a calamity that would annihilate their entire clan. After weighing the two, he would rather lose face and ruin his reputation than offend that fiend. Furthermore, he had laughed at the wrong person in the tavern. He was already very grateful that the fiend didn't kill him. Haha. Everyone believes me now, right? I'm really innocent. Yun Xiao spread his hands and turned to leave. Hold on. The high-level martial emperor old man shouted in a deep voice as he flashed to Yun Xiao's side and opened his arms to stop him. Even if you're not jackals of the same tribe, at least you know the murderer. You must stay here and wait for the people from the Holy Region to come. You must explain everything clearly. There's nothing to explain, Yun Xiao said. I just met him not long ago. Whether there's anything to explain or not, it's not up to you to decide. The old man sneered. He stretched out his hook-like fingers and reached for Yun Xiao's shoulder. Yun Xiao's face darkened. With a cold glint flashing in his hand, he thrust out the frost sword. The old man was shocked. He felt a chill run down his spine. Not only was his hand cold, but he also felt a chill running up his spine. It was as if the young man in front of him was not an ordinary high-level martial supreme. He was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand, but it was too late. He only saw a stream of blood spurting out, and 3 of his fingers were directly cut off by the cold sword. You coward! The old man was shocked and angry, but he quickly suppressed his anger. When he saw Yun Xiao's cold face and the mocking smile on his lips, he immediately understood that the other party had shown mercy just now. His face turned pale and he hurriedly retreated to the side, not daring to block her path. A few high-level martial sovereigns had stepped out from the crowd and were about to join forces to attack. When they saw the situation, they were instantly stunned on the spot and could no longer move their feet. They all had extremely sharp eyes. Yun Xiao's attack just now was very casual, and if he had put a little bit of thought into it, the old man would have been killed by it. Mu Yofeng's eyes were also filled with shock and fear, and his palms were covered in cold sweat. He was secretly glad that he had made the choice. I'll say it again. I'm not with that person. Please don't cause me any more trouble. After saying that, Yun Xiao sighed, then turned into a bolt of lightning and fled. He had wanted to use the teleportation formation in Dingtian City, but now he changed his mind. He turned into a bolt of lightning and left. He planned to use the teleportation formation at the nearest town to avoid being locked on by the people of the sanctuary. After Yunxiao left, the entire Dingtian city immediately boiled over and became very noisy. With a pale face, Peach gritted her teeth and said, He left? Whoa, have they really left? Only then did her body begin to tremble. She had been in a state of shock before, but now, tears were streaming down her face. She was so scared that she cried. Mu Yufeng heaved a sigh of relief and said, He really left. Ruer was also so frightened that she began to cry softly. Lord Yufeng, will they come back? They won't come looking for trouble with us, will they? Mu Yufeng's face was livid. He shook his head and said, Such an expert wouldn't even bother to deal with us. If he wanted to kill us, he could have just casually killed us just now. Mu Yofeng's words slowly freed the two women from their fear, but their faces were still pale, and they looked pitiful. Humph! The Divine Wood family lives up to their reputation. Your heroic performance today has opened everyone's eyes. The martial artist from before glared at Mu Yufeng and said coldly, I will tell the law enforcer everything that happened today. Whatever, Mu Yufeng snorted. Having just returned from the gates of hell, Mu Yufeng felt extremely tired and didn't care about anything else. Go back. Go back. I want to go back. Send me back quickly. Jiang Xiuzhen suddenly shouted. Send me back quickly. Those two evil demons will come and kill me. Mu Yufeng forced a smile and said, Elder Jiang, they've already left. They won't be coming back. Who said he won't come back? Hurry up and send me back. Jiang Xiuzhen almost roared as he grabbed Mu Yofeng's collar and said angrily, It's all your fault. All your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met those two demons, and I wouldn't have ridiculed them and offended them for no reason. You're really the bane of my life. I've been taking care of the Divine Wood family, but you've come to harm me. Mu Yufeng felt extremely disgusted, and he wanted to kill him with a slap. He still had the face to say that, if he hadn't ridiculed her, she wouldn't have to lie and embarrass herself in front of the entire city. However, his rationality still triumphed over his emotions, and he said, Since Elder Jiang wants to leave, I'll send someone to make the arrangements. Only then did Jiang Xiuzhen let out a heavy sigh of relief. His entire body seemed to have collapsed, and he almost sat on the ground. Tao Hong and Ruer's faces were filled with undisguised contempt and disdain, as well as endless loathing. When they thought of the good-for-nothing in front of them, who had previously used his hands to grope around their bodies, they felt a wave of retching, almost to the point of vomiting. After flying away from Dingtian City, Yunxiao changed his direction several times dozens of miles outside the city. After making sure that no one could catch up with him, he flew in a fixed direction. The town closest to Dingtian City was called Seawood Town. From the map of the North region that he had bought, the population of this town was not large, but it had a medium-sized teleportation array that could reach at least 1/10 of the towns in the North region. He recalled the description of this town in the Jade Slip. Seawood Town was located in the North Sea and was one of the 31 small towns under Dingtian City. It was controlled by the Divine Tree family. The North region was not only the region with the densest spirit chi on the heavenly martial continent, but it was also the largest region. It was tens of thousands of miles wide. Even a peerless expert would not be able to fly around the North region without decades if they were to fly directly. In Yunxiao's previous life, he had never heard of the Divine Wood family or Seawood Town, but now he was a little interested. It wasn't just because Seawood Town was the closest to Dingtian City, but also because the map said that this town was rich in a divine tree called the rootless green tree. It was said that it was a variant of the ancient evergreen tree that could bear a kind of fruit. The tree bloomed once every 30 years, bore fruit once every 30 years, and the fruit would only mature after another 30 years. It was called the Spirit Thunder Fruit and was a precious natural treasure. As the name suggested, this fruit was of the lightning attribute and had great benefits for lightning attribute martial cultivators. Yunxiao also knew about this fruit. Although it was a rare treasure, it was not extremely rare. He had obtained it before, but he did not know that it was produced in Seawood Town. Lightning attribute heavenly treasures weren't rare in the world, and there were many existences that could surpass them. However, any heavenly treasure was extremely rare, and only this fruit could be mass-produced through artificial cultivation. He didn't care about this in the past, but now that he had the lightning technique, he had reached a certain bottleneck. If he wanted to break through, he would probably need a great opportunity. The spirit lightning fruit just so happened to be on his path, so it wouldn't take long for him to learn about it. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to break through the bottleneck of his lightning technique. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew through the sky. After a few days, he finally arrived at Seawood Town. Although he could not see the town, he could see a few beams of light flying toward him. Xianxia stopped and looked puzzled, because he could sense that the few beams of light seemed to be coming toward him. As expected, 3 figures directly manifested in front of him. There were 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was a hunchbacked old man. The other man wore a green hat and had phoenix-like eyes, and the last woman had a broad face and a large body. She was dressed like a peasant woman and was simple and unadorned. Xianxia saw through the cultivation base of the 3 men at a glance. The hunchbacked old man had the strength of a 6 stars martial emperor, while the other 2 were 5 stars. He could not help but be surprised. Although the overall strength of the martial artists from the North region was higher than that of the other 3 regions, it was not easy to see existences with mid-stage martial emperor cultivation, let alone 3 of them in such a remote town. The 3 of them were shocked and suspicious because they found that they couldn't see through the cultivation of the young man in front of them. The hunchbacked old man sized Xianxia up and asked with some uncertainty, "Friend, are you going to Seawood Town?" Xianxia frowned slightly and said, "Where else can we go in this direction other than Seawood Town?" The hunchbacked old man immediately laughed and said, "Looks like I didn't get the wrong person. Friend, you must be here for the spirit lightning fruit." "Let's not talk about why I'm here," Xianxia said. "Why are you here?" "If you're here for the spirit lightning fruit, then we're here for you," the hunchbacked old man chuckled. "Oh? If the 3 of you have anything to say, please get straight to the point." Xianxia slowly put his hands behind his back, looking like he was all ears. The 3 of them frowned slightly. Although they could not see Xianxia's cultivation base, they could see his true age, which was around 20 years old. So, they did not think that he was stronger than them. However, seeing his fearless appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. The man with phoenix eyes and a green hat said, "Then let's be direct. Since you didn't go through the teleportation formation and came directly from the set Sky City, you must be looking for a lot of spirit thunder fruits. We're here to receive honored guests like you." Xianxia was a smart man, so he immediately understood what was going on. "Are you guys smuggling the spiritual lightning fruits?" All 3 of their expressions changed and gloominess flashed across their faces, but they quickly returned to normal. The hunchbacked old man coughed a few times and said, "You can't say things like that. Smuggling spirit lightning fruits is the biggest taboo of Seawood Town, and you'll be hunted down. We're just wholesale." "Yes, wholesale," the square-faced woman also said. "Is there a purchase restriction in Seawood Town?" Xianxia asked with a frown. "Is there a restriction on the purchase of spirit thunder fruits?" The 3 men were taken aback, and then they looked at Xianxia again with strange expressions. The man with the phoenix-shaped eyes glared at him and said, "How come you don't know? Are you not here to buy the spirit lightning fruit?" "I really don't know," Xianxia said. "Please tell me the details." The phoenix-eyed man's face immediately darkened. He sneered, "Don't try to play any tricks. If it wasn't for the spirit thunder fruit, why would you spend several days flying here from the set Sky City?" "I was going to go to another place," Xianxia explained, "but something went wrong during the teleportation, and I was teleported to a place 10,000 miles away from here. That's why I came to Seawood Town, and I plan to leave through the teleportation array here. However, I'm also very interested in the spirit lightning fruit." In order to prove his theory, he raised his hand. A trace of green lightning flashed on his fingertip and disappeared. The 3 of them narrowed their eyes, especially the hunchbacked old man, whose eyes flashed with extreme shock and fear. The power of thunder and lightning Xianxia had just unleashed was so pure that even he, who majored in thunder elemental cultivation techniques, could not compare to it. Ahem. It's good that you're interested in the spiritual lightning fruit. The hunchbacked old man coughed a few times before he said, The rules of Seawood Town state that anyone can only buy a limited number of spirit lightning fruits, and they must undergo extremely strict management and registration. Even a high-level Marshal Supreme can only buy 100 of them per person. After saying that, he stared cautiously at the change in Xianxia's face, trying to find some clues. This was because he had always been suspicious of the other party's cultivation. It was impossible for him to become a high-level Marshal Supreme at such a young age. At least, even the famous 4 prodigies of the North region could not do it. 100? That's not enough. Xianxia's face darkened as he snorted and said, The spirit lightning fruit is only the size of a thumb. For an expert who specializes in lightning god art, 10,000 of them would barely be enough. 10,000. All 3 of them gasped, obviously frightened by the number Xianxia had blurted out. How many do you want, friend? The square-faced woman asked. How many can you provide? Xianxia asked. The square-faced woman's lips moved. She wanted to say something but stopped. She turned to look at the hunchbacked old man. It was obvious that the hunchbacked old man was the backbone of the 3. This was extremely normal. In the world of martial artists, the strong were respected. The hunchbacked old man said, We definitely can't take out 10,000. In fact, we don't have much in stock. We just save some on a regular basis. Plus, we bought some from everywhere. We only have about 1,000. Xianxia sneered in his heart. He knew that the hunchbacked old man must be lying. How could 3 mid-stage martial emperor experts wait outside Seawood Town to find a buyer for a mere 1,000 spirit thunder fruits? If that's the case, there's nothing to talk about, he said. 1,000 is far from what I need. I'd better go directly to Seawood Town to take a look. The hunchbacked old man didn't stop him and stepped aside. Then there's no other way. This way, please, friend. The square-faced woman seemed to want to say something, but her body moved slightly. The phoenix-eyed man's eyes flashed, and only the hunchbacked old man remained expressionless and calm. Xianxia saw the expressions of the 3 men, and he could not help but sneer. Without saying a word, he turned into a beam of light and left for Seawood Town. As the square-faced woman watched Xianxia disappear in front of her, she could not help but say, Old Tua, it's not easy to find a buyer, and it's such a big deal. Why are you so hesitant? Say no more. Elder Tua interrupted. This man is not simple. We must be careful. The phoenix-eyed man's expression changed, and he said in surprise, Elder Tua, you're saying that his cultivation base is not really a high-level martial supreme, right? I see that his bone age is only around 20 years old. If his cultivation is weak, the expressions of the 3 of them were not too good. If what they saw was true, it was a little too heaven-defying, so heaven-defying that it was unbelievable. The man with the narrow eyes steadied his mind and said, Among the rising stars of the heavenly martial continent, the 4 prodigies of the north are the most respected. I've met young Master Baiming Lifeng and young Master Li Feiyu before. They are indeed very talented. However, with their talents, they can only reach the mid-stage martial sovereign realm at most. Yes, there's something fishy about this, so I have to be careful, Elder Tua said in a deep voice. But you're wrong about one thing. Among the rising stars of the continent, there's still one person who's firmly above the 4 prodigies of the North region. The man's expression changed, and he said in shock, Are you talking about Li Yunxiao, who was called the number 1 rising star by Jiang Churen, the former city lord of Red Moon City? Yunxiao? The square-faced woman was also surprised. Is this man Li Yunxiao? The Red Moon City had wanted this person for more than a year, but there was no news at all. He seemed to have completely disappeared like Jiang Churen. I've also heard rumors that he had already died. How can rumors be trusted? Elder Tua asked. Being wanted by the Red Moon City, no one would have a good life. It's very likely that this kid has been hiding somewhere and cultivating for a year and a half before coming out. Then what should we do? The square-faced woman asked. She rolled her eyes and said, "Why don't we inform the Red Moon City of this? I heard that the reward is extremely generous. It's not worse than the hard work we're making." "I'm just guessing." Elder Tuo rolled his eyes at her. "But there's no such coincidence in this world. It's more likely that he has a treasure that can conceal his cultivation base, or he's not a member of our clan. If it wasn't a human, we'd be able to see through it with our eyes." The man nodded. "It must be some kind of treasure that can conceal one's cultivation base. I should have tested him a little just now." The square-faced woman's face turned cold, and she said, "Why don't we catch up now?" "No." Old Tua shook his head and said, "It's still the same 4 words. Be careful. If he really needs 10,000 spirit lightning beads, we're the only ones in Seawood Town who can provide them. He'll eventually come to us." "But what if he's just spouting nonsense and doesn't want so much?" the square-faced woman asked. "With so many goods in our hands, we can't just sit still." The phoenix-eyed man was also worried. "I only wish to sell these items as soon as possible. If the Divine Tree family finds out, I'm afraid we'll be reduced to ashes." A light flashed through Old Tuo's eyes. "No rush. They're even more anxious than we are. Moreover, I heard yesterday that Jiang Shozhen of the Myriad Treasure Store also came to this town. It's very likely that he's here for the Spirit Thunder Fruit." Jiang Shozhen? The Grand Deacon of the 10,000 Treasure Store, who is in charge of the affairs of Dingtian, Dinghai, and the other 3 cities. The phoenix-eyed man's face lit up. If this person really is here, there might really be a chance to get rid of it. I've heard that he's insatiable and lecherous. He's a very good person to communicate with. I can't think of anything else for someone of his status to come to Seawood Town other than the Spirit Lightning Fruit. Elder Tuo nodded. However, as soon as Jiang Shozhen appeared, he had been targeted by all the forces. It was extremely difficult to contact him, but they should be able to find a way. We'll continue to wait for the buyer here. As for the young man, Jianjia and Lu Huai, I'll leave them to you. Remember, be careful and don't do anything out of line." "Yes," the phoenix-eyed man said seriously. "Don't worry, Elder Tua. With this person's relationship with the Divine Tree family, why would he come to Seawood Town?" the square-faced woman asked suspiciously. "Humph, the Divine Tree family is nothing." A disdainful look appeared on Old Tuo's face. Without that power, how could a small character like the Divine Wood family control such a large market in Seawood Town? Although the Divine Wood family originated from Seawood Town, they're only puppets, and they don't get a lot of spiritual lightning fruits. It would be great if the Myriad Treasure Store really wanted to come in. The man with the narrow eyes recited. "We can take advantage of the chaos and make a big profit." The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. Their figures gradually faded and soon disappeared in the sky. After flying for several hours, Yunxiao saw the vast North Sea. A small city stood on the seaside, extending from the land to the sea, like an island floating on the sea. The surroundings were filled with emerald green forest trees that stretched out to tens of thousands of acres, like a green forest. The forest was made up of extremely tall ancient trees, their roots reaching deep into the sea and not connected to the soil. The roots of countless ancient trees intertwined in the water, forming a huge net that occupied the entire seaside. Yunxiao recognized those giant trees. They were the towering ancient trees carved on the token of the Divine Wood family, the rootless green trees that produced spirit lightning fruits. He used the lunar pupil to look down and could not help but be slightly shocked. In the sea area with a radius of hundreds of acres, there were restrictions, as if a huge array was hidden in the sea below, directly enveloping the entire small city and all the rootless trees. Such a grand array requires a lot of resources just to maintain its operation. The Divine Tree family doesn't seem to be as trashy as I thought. Yunxiao stared at the giant trees and jungles. The faint thunder element coming from them made his heart race. Crackling thunder flashed across his body as the thunder art was triggered by the huge field energy below. I didn't think that there would be such a Leyland's lightning ocean. There are so many wondrous things that can't be counted. Yunxiao's heart was filled with joy. With a few flashes, he landed on the ground and ran toward the small city. There was almost no one outside the city. Because this place was remote, all the people came and went through the teleportation array. There were only a few lazy cultivators guarding the city gate. They sat cross-legged in the air and cultivated. One of them opened his eyes and revealed an unhappy expression. What is it called? Where did it come from? Name? Which sect? What are you doing here? Li Feiyang, Yunxiao said. I'm an itinerant cultivator who doesn't belong to any sect. I made a mistake during the teleportation and landed outside the city. I'm here to purchase some spirit thunder fruits. I'm a 7 stars martial supreme. The man's brows twitched slightly, revealing a slightly surprised expression. His cold expression eased a lot as he said, You have the cultivation of a 7 stars martial supreme at such a young age. You are quite talented. He took out a jade token, drew a few times in the air, and inserted a few seals. The jade medallion flickered in the air as dozens of golden beams of light converged into it, condensing into some strange symbols on it before flying toward Yunxiao. This is your identity card. Keep it well. This is an essential item for purchasing the spirit lightning fruit. Any transaction will be recorded on it. This token will accompany you for the rest of your life, and you must use it whenever you come to Seawood Town. Yunxiao took the jade token, thanked him, and headed into the city. The man looked at his disappearing back and said, He's already a 7 stars martial supreme at the age of 20. He's considered a top genius on the continent. What's more, he doesn't belong to any sect. I wonder if we can take him in. The few people who were cultivating behind him also opened their eyes slightly. One of them sneered, No sect. I can see that this person's aura is restrained, and the cultivation of that 7 stars martial venerable is also unstable. It seems that he is not as simple as he looks on the surface. Indeed, although he is only a 7 stars martial supreme, I don't know why he gives me a feeling that he is unparalleled. Another man said. What? The other people all became shocked. The man who made the jade token even changed his expression greatly and said in shock, Is there a mistake? You have the cultivation base of a 2 stars martial emperor, and your martial Tao is the art of cultivating the heart. You're extremely sensitive and accurate to all kinds of unknown senses. The man smiled bitterly. Of course you know that my martial arts is a heart cultivation technique, so how could you have sensed it wrong? That young man must have concealed his true cultivation level. If I'm not wrong, it's highly possible that he's already a mid-stage martial sovereign. Everyone was shocked, and one person said, Did he hide his age as well? Perhaps he's an old monster over 100 years old? The man shook his head and said, Unless it's one of the legendary heaven-defying divine abilities, there's no way a person can hide their bone age. Furthermore, even if he has cultivated those divine abilities, my senses can't be wrong. He really is only around 20 years old. Haha. Although I've always admired your heart-sensing technique, this time I won't believe it no matter what. A mid-stage martial sovereign in his 20s? Even the 4 prodigies of the North aren't as heaven-defying as him. One of them sneered. I hope so, the man said after a moment of silence. I also hope that my senses are wrong. He looked in the direction of the city, his eyes filled with doubt. The person who made the jade card thought for a while and said, Everyone has their own ambitions. This person may have his own ideas for hiding it from him. As long as it doesn't endanger Seawood Town, we can't care so much. Let him be. That's right. One of them nodded. A mid-stage martial emperor's cultivation base won't have much of an impact on Seawood Town, so it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He then closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The rest of the people also gathered their thoughts and stopped thinking about other things as they began to meditate. Yunxiao did not expect that someone would see through his disguise as soon as he entered the city, and he began to wander aimlessly in the city. The number of people entering Seawood Town seems to have increased recently. I can see martial supreme-level powerhouses on the streets. That's right. The city has been under martial law all of a sudden. The chief of the Divinewood family, Mu Yun is personally overseeing this place for the sake of this great harvest. Yes, this year is the year with the most spirit thunder fruit harvest. Nearly 1/10 of the rootless green trees have ripened this year. No wonder it has caused such a stir in the world. Hee. Many trees that have not yet reached maturity have also borne fruit earlier under the powerful lightning energy. The next 30 years will probably be the 30 years when the production of spirit lightning fruits will be seriously exhausted. Everyone on the street was talking about the spirit lightning fruit, and they were very excited about this year's large harvest. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yunxiao found that most of the warriors here were thunder cultivators, while the rest were basically merchants. He could not help but feel a little strange when he found that there was no branch of the 7 chambers of commerce here. Sir. Suddenly, a mischievous kid beside him jumped out and showed a fawning expression, saying, "My lord, are you here to buy the spirit thunder fruit?" Yunxiao sized up the young man in front of him. He was about 15 years old, and his cultivation base was only at the level of a great martial master. Moreover, there was a faint burning sensation coming from the youth's body, indicating that his primary element was most likely fire and not lightning. He must be a local martial artist. Yunxiao was also experienced and knowledgeable, so he naturally understood what the young man meant. He smiled and said, "You want to be my guide?" The young man knew that there was a chance as soon as he heard this. He hurriedly said in joy, Yes. I'm a Mang. I grew up in Seawood Town. I'll definitely be able to bring you the best spirit thunder fruit." "The best?" Yunxiao asked. "There are different grades of spirit lightning fruits." "Of course." Amang laughed. Ripened spirit thunder fruits were also divided into 5 levels: defective, inferior, genuine, high grade, and top grade. The energy contained in each level was very different, and every lord who comes to Seawood Town can only buy a limited number of fruits. If you all buy defective ones, then you'll have no tears to cry. Yunxiao smiled wryly. "There's so much to pay attention to? All right, I'll hire you as my guide. I'm asking for a very low reward," Amang said, overjoyed. 5 supreme-grade primordial stones a day will do. It was not a low price equivalent to 50,000 medial-grade primordial stones, but it did not matter to Yunxiao. Amang was quite observant. Seeing that the other party had no reaction, he knew that the price had been accepted. Other than being happy, he also felt that it was a pity that he had not made a higher bid. "I wonder what's your cultivation realm?" Amang asked tentatively. When he saw Yunxiao's face darken, he hurriedly explained, "It's like this. The limited number of spirit lightning fruits each lord can buy is closely related to your own cultivation." 7 stars Martial Venerable, Yunxiao said. "I'm a 7 stars Martial Venerable." "So high." Amang jumped in fright and immediately showed a respectful and envious expression. The man in front of him did not look much older than him, but he did not expect him to have a cultivation base that was as different as heaven and earth. He had thought that the man was at most a martial grandmaster or martial emperor, which was why he dared to come forward and ask for his recommendation. If he had known that Yunxiao was a high-rank martial honor from the beginning, he would not have dared to come forward. He held back his excitement and said, "A 7 stars Martial Venerable can buy 40 spiritual thunder fruits. Don't worry. I'll definitely find you the lowest quality spirit lightning fruit." 40. Obviously, Yunxiao thought it was too little. When he looked down from the sky just now, he saw at least hundreds of thousands of them in the dense rootless trees. That's right. Even a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens can only purchase 50 pills. "My lord," Amang said seriously, "don't look at how small this amount is. If all 50 of them are of high quality, it's enough for a high-level martial honor to use for a year." This was also one of the considerations when we decided on the annual allocation. The amount was similar to what old Tua had said outside the city. Frowning, Yunxiao said, "What if he's a high-level martial supreme? I heard that even a high-level martial supreme can only purchase 100 of them." "That's true," Amang smiled. However, the number of high-level martial sovereigns on this continent was too limited. Moreover, high-level martial sovereigns who majored in lightning were even rarer. Most martial artists would minor in lightning-type divine abilities. Moreover, at their cultivation level, it would be difficult to maintain 10,000 for a year. They had to find a pure thunder attribute treasure, so 100 was only a symbolic number. Otherwise, as long as the big sects send a high-level martial supreme, they'll divide the entire market of spirit thunder fruits. I see. Xiao nodded. How many spirit thunder fruits can be produced every year? When it's good, there are more than 50,000. When it's bad, it's hard to even get 10,000. Amang said. He sneaked over and whispered, a lot of these are to be transported to the major forces, and less than half of them are actually circulated in the world. When the year is different, there's no one to buy them on the market. I just heard someone say that nearly 1/10 of the rootless green trees have matured this year, Xianxia said. How many are there? I don't know what's going on this year, but a large number of fruits have ripened. A rootless tree will bloom once every 30 years, bear fruit once every 30 years, and only ripen after another 30 years. The cycle time for a tree to bear fruit is 90 years, so it should bear about 1/10 of a ripe fruit every year. But now, 1/10 of it has already ripened. I estimate that nearly 200,000 fruits have ripened, and from the looks of it, there are still a large number of fruits that are about to ripen. So, it's really strange? Xiao frowned. It's strange, right? That's right. I don't understand what happened this year at all. At this rate, Amang said with a strange expression, the next 10 years or even longer will be a time when there will be a shortage of fruits. The rare fruits of heaven and earth have their own spirituality, Xiao said solemnly. They will never mature together for no reason. There must be a reason. Amang's face was filled with confusion. That's not something I can know. However, I heard that the Divine Tree family has indeed sent people to investigate. Do these spirit lightning fruits really belong to the Divine Tree family? Xiao asked suspiciously. Such a huge amount of resources was not something that the unknown Divine Tree family could take. Just the array that he had sensed when he was in the air just now contained an extremely powerful killing intent. If a sect had occupied this town and worked hard for a long time, it would have become famous long ago. It was not possible that he had not heard of it. Amang's expression suddenly changed, as if he was a little afraid. He said with an ashen face, of course it belongs to the Divine Tree family. My lord, please don't listen to these rumors. Oh, Xiao asked. What kind of rumors are they? No, there are no rumors. Let's not talk about this. Amang hurriedly said. These things won't be of any benefit to your excellency's purchase of the spirit lightning fruit. Xiao immediately understood when he saw his expression. His guess was right. The Divine Tree family should be a puppet. After all, with such a large amount of resources, there were many people who were stronger than the Divine Tree family in the coastal area. Even if the Divine Tree family was good at management and curried favor with various factions, as long as they were not strong enough, there would definitely be people who would come out to seize resources. The world was cruel. The strong preyed on the weak, and only with great strength could one obtain great resources. He had no interest in the power behind the Divine Wood family. He was only interested in the spiritual lightning fruit and the reason for the ripening of so many fruits. I've just walked around. Why didn't I see any chambers of commerce from the 7 merchant alliances? Instead, I saw many small and scattered chambers of commerce. I know that. That's because there's no need to worry about the sales of the spirit lightning fruits. Most of the profits are directly in the hands of the Divine Tree family. Therefore, although the fruits are easy to sell, the Chamber of Commerce won't earn much if they sell them. Therefore, the 7 chambers of commerce don't even think much of this market. Amang whispered again. But there are still many small chambers of commerce that are reselling in private. If you want more than 40 pieces, I can contact a few sellers. I can at least get 5 or 6 more, but I can't guarantee the quality. 5 or 6 pieces and the quality is not guaranteed. Xiao smiled wryly and shook his head. Take me to buy 40 top-grade fruits first. Top-grade fruit. Now. Amang was startled. What's the matter? Xiao asked. Is there a problem? No, my lord, you don't have to be so anxious. Amang hurriedly explained. Currently, There are 2 or 3 large merchant guilds that can sell top-grade fruits, but the price is extremely high. If my lord is willing to wait a little longer, once the ripe fruits in the forest are picked, the price will definitely fall. I estimate that it will fall by at least a third. He looked like an expert as he carefully analyzed the situation. Xianxia laughed. Only 40. Let's go, he said. Amang immediately knew that he had met a rich man and was very excited. Then let's go to the largest red flower chamber of commerce in the city. Seawood Town wasn't small. Amang called for an amphibious vehicle. Because the town extended directly into the sea, it was like an island. Most of the place was still in the sea, and there were only a few streets on land. The nightmare beast seemed to be a variant of the sea bull. It could move both its arms and was not slow. On the ship, Xianxia even tried to probe the possibility of smuggling spirit thunder fruits, which frightened Amang so much that she even wanted to get off the car and leave without asking for the guide fee. It was not until Xianxia admitted that he was joking that the young man calmed down, but there was still a lingering fear on his face. My lord, please don't have any thoughts of smuggling the spirit lightning fruit. It's an absolute crime with the death penalty. I remember that when I was 10 years old, there were 7 or 8 martial emperor powerhouses who wanted to carry out this plan. Not long after, their heads were hung on the city gate. Hehe, don't worry. I definitely won't break the rules of the city. You can leave after I've bought 40 top-grade fruits. Xianxia chuckled. All right, he said. Although Amang was a little reluctant to part with this big financial backer, he still felt a chill when he thought of his words. He was very clear about the consequences of smuggling the spirit thunder fruit. He was only a great martial master, and if he got involved in this kind of thing, he would die without a doubt. Are all the spirit thunder fruits in the city picked by the divine tree family? Xianxia asked. Were these rootless trees formed by heaven and earth, or were they planted by later generations? Amang explained, the divine tree family has specialized personnel to harvest the fruits. As the electric field in the rootless forest is too strong, it is extremely dangerous for ordinary martial artists to stay inside. Other than requiring specialized lightning-resistant armor, one also needs a metal hammer to knock down the spiritual lightning fruits. Metal strike? Metal can subdue wood, Xianxia said. This way, we can avoid hurting the fruit tree. Amang praised. Darren is indeed intelligent. If one were to forcefully pluck it, not only would it consume a lot of energy, but it would also easily hurt the green tree. A long time ago, the town of Seawood had not existed at all. It was an island that had suddenly drifted over from the sea, and after slowly evolving, it had been directly connected to the mainland. Although there were rootless trees back then, there were not many of them. It was only after the divine tree family intentionally planted them that they evolved to their current scale. From the North Sea? Xianxia asked in surprise. You actually floated here from the North Sea? He was deep in thought. Then he chuckled. The divine tree family is really capable. They can actually cultivate such a treasure. Furthermore, it has grown to such a scale of 1,000,000. Of course, the Divine Wood family is now one of the 3 great powers of the Dingtian city. Amang's face was full of yearning as he said, when I become a 4 symbols realm martial lord, I'll apply for a job at the Divine Tree family. I'll try to get a good job. Xianxia chuckled and said nothing. The boat quickly crossed the water from the land, but its speed remained the same. After making 7 turns, it stopped in front of a large shop. Since Seawood Town was immersed in seawater all year round, most of the buildings were made of a dark red stone and a silver wood, making them look like they were covered in red. There was an exquisite red flower on the signboard of the shop, which was the name of the Chamber of Commerce. Although there was a water route in front of the shop, it was like a broad road. Many martial artists walked on the water, talking and laughing, as if they were walking on land. My lord, we've arrived. This is one of the 2 largest chambers of commerce in Seawood Town. Amang invited Xianxia out, and the 2 of them stepped into the shop. The front of the Chamber of Commerce was embedded with some kind of array that directly isolated the seawater from overflowing into the shop. As soon as the 2 entered, Amang shouted, Shopkeeper Qian, come out! With a haughty look on his face, he swaggered around the shop. Yunxiao looked around and found that it was no different from an ordinary chamber of commerce. However, after Amang's shout, everyone's eyes gathered on him. He looked embarrassed and coughed a few times, indicating that he should not be so flamboyant. "Hey, it's Amang. What are you doing?" A shop assistant looked displeased as he sized Yunxiao up a few times. Then he immediately understood and said, "This lord is here to buy the spirit lightning fruit, right?" "Of course," Amang hurriedly replied. "This lord is the financial backer I found. I have a huge business deal to make shopkeeper Qian come out and receive the customer." Yunxiao's face darkened. Buying 40 fruits was a big deal. Looking at the gazes from all directions, he blushed and said, "I'm just buying a few spirit lightning fruits. There's no need for you to come out." The shop assistant glared at Amang and shouted, "I only know how to cause trouble." "I'm causing trouble?" Amang anxiously asked. "He's a rich man, and he wants to buy 40 supreme-grade spiritual lightning fruits." "What?" The waiter was shocked, and his eyes lit up. 40? Top-grade fruit? "May I ask if Darren's jade pendant is here?" Yunxiao handed over the jade pendant, and he found that many people around him looked surprised. After all, the limit of 40 fruits also represented the strength of this person. Among the many eyes, a man and a woman caught Yunxiao's attention. The man's face was like jade, but he had the body of a tiger and the arms of an ape. His arms were unusually thick. The woman, on the other hand, had a slim waist and slim shoulders. She was tall and had an oval face. The two of them had martial supreme level cultivation bases and were also sizing him up with a smile on their faces. The two low-level martial sovereigns were nothing, but there was a faint strange feeling coming from them. Yunxiao frowned, as if he had thought of something. "As expected, Darren's quota can buy 40, but Darren is sure that you want all of them to be supreme-grade lightning spiritual fruits? That's quite a high price." The shop assistant respectfully handed over the jade pendant with a humble expression. Amang became haughty, his hands on his hips as he shouted, "You bastard! Are you still suspecting that this lord has no money? Quickly go and call shopkeeper Qian. Your rank is not high enough." The shop assistant gave Amang a hard look and smiled apologetically. "My lord, please come in. Please wait in the VIP room. I'll call shopkeeper Qian over." Yunxiao wanted to stop him, but when he saw the extremely unnatural gazes of the onlookers in the shop, he agreed. As soon as he entered the VIP room, he heard all kinds of quiet discussions from outside. 40? Could that person be a high-level martial honored warrior? Why does he look so young? Tisk, he's just a high-level martial honor. I even saw a martial sovereign of the ninth heaven coming to buy the spirit thunder fruit yesterday. Yes, this year's situation is indeed special. The production is too large, but the price hasn't dropped at all. Surrender? Why did they surrender? After this year's chaos, Seawood Town won't be able to produce many fruits for at least 10 years. In my opinion, it has to grow more. Hehe, you're the only one with brains. It's a pity that the purchase amount is limited. Otherwise, we could have bought more. Now, only the Divine Tree family can stock up. While the crowd was talking, Yunxiao noticed that the man and woman had left the shop very quickly. These two are not demons, but they have a very strong bloodline power. Are they Lao AI? Just as he was deep in thought, the door was pushed open, and the shop assistant from before walked in with a middle-aged man. Yunxiao scanned the man with his divine sense and found that the middle-aged man also had the strength of a peak martial emperor. This red flower chamber of commerce was not simple. When Amang saw the middle-aged man, his haughtiness instantly disappeared. He hurriedly said, "This is one of the 5 head shopkeepers of the red flower chamber of commerce, Shopkeeper Qian." Shopkeeper Qian gave Yunxiao a look, and he was also surprised by his young age. "Sir, do you want to buy 40 supreme-grade spirit lightning fruits?" "I'm just buying 40 fruits," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Do you have to be so cautious?" Shopkeeper Qian smiled and immediately ordered the tea to be served. He sat down opposite Yunxiao and said with a chuckle, "This should be the first time my lord has come to Seawood Town. If these 40 pills are only of high grade, it would be very easy. However, Top-grade fruits are not only rare, but also extremely expensive. How much does a top-grade fruit cost? Xiao asked. What are the other ranks? Shopkeeper Chen laughed. Hee. A defective fruit costs 10,000 mid-grade primordial stones. A secondary fruit costs 1,000,000. An authentic one costs 8,000,000, and an upper grade one costs 2 million. As for the supreme grade spirit thunderfruit, it costs at least 5 million mid-grade primordial stones, and you have to wait in line for it. If Darren is in a hurry to ask for it, you will have to add another 20% of the queue-cutting fee. Xiao's face flickered as he said in a deep voice, So, if I want to get the spiritual lightning fruit now, I have to pay 6 million for one? You guys are snatching primeval stones. Amang winked at Xiao, indicating that the price was too high and not worth it. Then he said directly, We're not in a hurry. Let's wait a little longer. Shopkeeper Chen glanced at Amang and said with a faint smile, No matter how much we wait, it won't be lower than this price. Although the situation this year is a little different, and a large number of fruits have ripened, this corresponds to the decline of supply for the next 10 years or even longer. If the spiritual thunder fruits are properly preserved, there will be almost no loss of spiritual energy in the next 10 years. Xiao also understood this. Although heavenly materials and earthly treasures were extremely rare, once they were formed, the spirit energy inside them was very stable. Even if there were no safekeeping measures, the loss of spirit energy was very slow. Shopkeeper Chen, do you know why all the fruits ripened at the same time? He asked. Shopkeeper Chen laughed. This is indeed a mystery. The divine tree family has already sent people to investigate. However, it seems that there are no results. Even if there's a result, I'm afraid it's not something we can know at our level. Xiao knew that he was telling the truth, so he had nothing more to ask. Give me 40 top-grade fruits now. The few of them were shocked. Shopkeeper Chen was also stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. He asked with uncertainty, My lord, do you really want to buy 40 top-grade fruits? And in stock? You'll have to increase the price by 20%. He was afraid that Xiao had not figured it out, so he had probably mentioned it again. Amang desperately tried to signal with his eyes. Yes, Xiao chuckled. Here's a total of 240 million medial-grade primordial stones. He threw out a storage bag and said, Take a look. Shopkeeper Chen was startled. He quickly picked up the storage bag with trembling hands and scanned it with his divine sense several times before he dared to confirm it. He let out a heavy breath and said, It's indeed 240 million. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go and get the goods for you. Transfer the goods? What? Xiao was stunned. Such a big shop doesn't even have 40 supreme-grade fruits? Shopkeeper Chen forced a smile and said, You must be joking, my lord. These are top-grade fruits. You alone are worth hundreds of millions. How would you dare to store so many in the store? There are quite a few fruits of other grades, but there are only 10 extreme-grade fruits left. I'll give them to you now, and I'll be able to transport the 30 in an hour. He immediately ordered the servants to serve him well and went to make arrangements. A few beautiful maidservants came in and changed all the tea that had been served, and the fragrance immediately filled the air. This shopkeeper Chen is really realistic, Xiao said with a smile. He even changed the tea to the best. He took a sip and immediately felt refreshed. He called for Amang to taste it together. This is the highest quality red pearl tea, Amang said with a bitter smile. A pot is worth at least 1,000 primeval stones. My lord, why aren't you willing to wait a little longer? Even he felt sorry for Xiao, and the look on his face was very complicated. Xiao could see that Amang seemed to be a little guilty, so he chuckled and said, It's just 200 million. Don't worry about it. It's only 200 million, Amang said with a bitter smile. Minions like us don't understand the world of the adults. Xiao took out a pile of primordial stones and threw them to him. These primordial stones are your reward. I'll have to trouble you. I have nothing else to do, so you can go and do your work. Amang counted and found that there were a total of 20 supreme-grade primordial stones. A guilty look flashed across his face as he handed the primordial stones back and said, "Sir, I can't take these primeval stones. To be honest, I'll give you a discount when I bring you here to buy the spirit lightning fruits. You made a deal of more than 200 million yuan in one go, and a commission of 3% is enough for me to spend for decades. I told you not to take it to heart," Xianxia said with a smile. "That's a separate matter. You deserve it." "All right." Amang gritted his teeth. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll take my leave." He picked up the primeval stones on the table, bent down and said in a low voice, "If my lord wants a large number of spiritual lightning fruits, you can try your luck at Thousand Mountain Restaurant." After saying this, Amang put away the metastones and left without looking back. Thousand Mountain Tower? Xianxia murmured the name softly and could not help but laugh. He knew that it was Amang who felt sorry for him, so he revealed some information. Although 200 million mid-grade primordial stones was not a small number, it was nothing to him, who had emptied Dong Hai Palace and even dug out the Earth Vein spirit mine. Soon, a beautiful maidservant, escorted by a few martial honors, came in with a golden plate. The plate was round and made of pure gold. There was a picture of a rootless green tree on it. The golden branches and green leaves were very lifelike. "My lord, the fruit you bought." The maidservant smiled flirtatiously and lifted the silver paper on the tray. Several bolts of green lightning stuck to the paper, creating long arcs. The entire golden plate was even flashing with crackling sounds. Lightning was constantly flowing out, like boiling water overflowing in all directions. 10 fingernail-sized green fruits lay on the plate, constantly emitting the power of thunder and lightning. They attracted and repelled each other in a state of balance. At a glance, Xianxia knew that the spirit thunder fruit he had seen in his previous life was of the supreme grade, which was no different from these 10 fruits. "Is there a secret room here? I want to go into seclusion for a while before shopkeeper Qian brings me the other 30 pills. The Red Flower Shop does have a secret room. You're a top-class guest, so you can naturally enjoy it." That maidservant seemed to have a certain amount of power, so she immediately ordered people to make the arrangements. "Very good," Xianxia said. With a wave of his hand, he kept all 10 spirit lightning fruits. The maidservant's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She was clearly quite surprised because the other party didn't seem to care about such an important deal. However, she instantly regained her calm and smiled. "Please follow me, my lord." The enthusiasm on his face was even more charming. "You're quite bold, miss," Xianxia said with a smile. "You don't show any fear under the flashing lightning." "I'm just used to it." The maidservant was stunned for a moment before she smiled. Xianxia just chuckled and did not explain. The maidservant felt as if she had been seen through, and her cheeks burned slightly. Soon he was brought into a secret room. After watching Xianxia enter the room, the maidservant's smile gradually faded, and she looked thoughtful. "What do you think of this person?" Shopkeeper Qian suddenly appeared behind her. The maidservant said slowly, "This person's strength is extraordinary and he's rich. He should be the young master of some big family. He's most likely out here to gain experience." The information on the jade token also indicated that he came from outside the city, and he claimed that he fell nearby due to a spatial error during the teleportation. "What Xiao Ran means is that there's no problem with this person?" Shopkeeper Qian asked. Xiao Ran smiled. "I didn't say there's no problem. There are many suspicious points. For example, he could check the recent teleportation records to see if there were any spatial fluctuations. Also, if you're coming from outside the city, you'll most likely encounter those people. You should know that the spirit lightning fruits in their hands are much cheaper than ours. So why didn't you buy from them instead of entering the city?" Shopkeeper Qian's expression also became serious. "What Xiao Ran said is indeed suspicious. Should I get someone to investigate it more carefully?" Xiao Ran shook her head and said, "No need. It's only 40 supreme grade spirit thunder fruits. There are too many people coming into Seawood Town right now, so we don't have the time and energy to investigate one by one. Just give him all the fruits and let him leave as soon as possible." Okay. Shopkeeper Qian replied. It seemed that he had to listen to this woman's orders. After entering the secret chamber, Xianxia formed a seal with both hands and laid out a defense. Only then did he take out the 10 spirit thunder fruits with ease. He stretched out his hand and flicked it. An arc of lightning struck down, and a fruit directly shot up. Pa! Pa! The balance of the lightning field energy of the other 9 fruits was instantly broken, and they rearranged themselves. Some of them were even directly sucked together. Xianxia grabbed the one in the air and studied it for a while, then carefully scanned it with his divine sense. He pondered for a moment, then threw it directly into his mouth. With a cabious sound, he crushed it and swallowed it. His face was as green as lightning, and a little light flickered on it. The taste is ordinary, but the spiritual energy and the power of thunder are extremely strong. If you consume it in large quantities, it will be very beneficial to your thunder art. Xianxiao's eyes lit up, but then he fell into deep thought and said, "However, the effect is minimal. I have to consume it in large quantities. It seems that I have to make a trip to the Thousand Mountains restaurant or go out of the city to find those 3 people." He grabbed the remaining 9 fruits on the golden plate and threw them all into his mouth, swallowing them. Pai pa pai pa. Immediately, arcs of electricity shot out from his chest and spread to his limbs and bones, filling his body with an indescribable sense of comfort. What pure wood lightning power! Xianxiao's eyes flickered with joy as he closed his eyes and began to refine and absorb it. After ordinary warriors obtained the spirit thunder fruit, they would find an alchemist to refine it into a spirit thunder pill, which not only had excellent effects but was also safer. There was only 1 in 10,000 who swallowed it directly like he did. A day and a night later, Xianxia finally finished absorbing and transforming the power of the 10 spirit thunder fruits and came out of the secret chamber. "Sir, these are the remaining fruits. Please check and receive them." Shopkeeper Qian had already prepared the remaining 30 pills and presented them to him with a smile. Xianxia gave them a quick glance, then put them away without looking carefully. "Many thanks." He turned around and was about to leave. Shopkeeper Qian was stunned for a moment. Perhaps he felt that he was being too straightforward, so he hurriedly asked, "Sir, your quota for this year's purchase is already full. Would you like to continue staying in the city or leave today?" "What's wrong?" Xianxia asked. "Why do you care about my schedule?" Shopkeeper Qian knew that he had lost his composure and laughed. "I was just asking. After all, the number of warriors in the city has increased greatly recently. It's better to leave immediately." "I see." Xianxia chuckled. "I see." Shopkeeper Qian's face slowly darkened as he watched Chu Li's figure slowly disappear. After leaving the Red Flower Chamber of Commerce, Xianxia pondered for a moment, then asked where Thousand Mountains Tower was. It was only a small chamber of commerce, and not many people seemed to know about it. Ta! Ta! He was walking toward the Thousand Mountains Tower when 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. They stepped on the water and looked at him with a smile. They were the man and woman who had appeared in the Chamber of Commerce. Xianxiao's face darkened as he said coldly, "The 2 of you are really patient. You've actually guarded me for an entire day and night." The man with the tiger's body and ape's arms crossed his chest and laughed loudly. "Don't be afraid, sir. We're not bad people." "If he's not a bad person," Xianxia sneered, "then, did something good happen to him after he guarded me for a day and night?" The woman looked at the man with blame and chuckled. "Although it's not a good thing, it's definitely not a bad thing either. We would like to purchase 40 high-grade spirit lightning fruits from you." "All right," Xianxia said coldly. "Just give me 20 billion mid-grade primordial stones." The 2 of them were stunned when they heard this. Why was he so straightforward? It was completely different from what they had expected. After hearing this, the 2 men's faces suddenly darkened. "We're buying your spirit lightning fruits for your own good." The man shouted angrily. "Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Xianxiao's mouth was wide open as he said in surprise, "What's with this magical logic? Are you guys going to force me to buy something, or are you doing this for my own good? You 2 are Martial Emperor Lei Feng's descendants?" "My senior brother is right," the woman said. "You just revealed your wealth at the Red Flower Chamber of Commerce, and now many people have their eyes on you. As long as you give us the spirit lightning fruit, you'll naturally shift the blame to us. We'll help you block this calamity. I wonder if you have any spirit thunder fruits? Xianxia asked. Do you have any? Why are you asking this? The man snorted. Xianxia's eyes grew cold as he said, I also want to carry forward the spirit of helping others and block the tribulation for you too. What? The man was furious, and a fierce aura overflowed from his body. Xianxia's pupils constricted slightly. The woman quickly stopped the conflict and said, Little brother, how about this? Since you have 40 supreme grade fruits, you can just sell us 36. With your cultivation level, 4 fruits will be enough for you to cultivate for a year. You can come back next year to buy more. 4. Xianxia flicked his finger, and a bolt of lightning flashed out, turning into a straight line and shooting into the sky. They were the 4 supreme grade spirit lightning fruits. They shot up to a height of 70 to 80 feet before falling down. Xianxia opened his mouth wide and caught them. The 4 fruits crackled with lightning as they fell into his mouth. Ka-ba, ka-ba. Xianxia began to chew, and a large amount of lightning flashed in his mouth, which stunned the 2 men. Gulp! After chewing a few times, Xianxia swallowed it in one gulp and said with a grin, Not bad. It's satisfying. How many spirit lightning fruits do you 2 have? Get a few to eat. His eyes were filled with ferocity as he strode towards the 2 of them. The man and the woman were dumbfounded by his action of swallowing the spirit thunder fruit. After swallowing the fruit, thunderbolts flashed in front of Xianxia's chest and spread to his limbs and bones, exuding a very strong energy that looked very terrifying. The power of thunder and lightning contained in the top-grade spirit thunder fruit is no weaker than a full-force attack of a 7-stars martial supreme. How could you swallow it raw and eat 4 of them at once? The man was shocked and somewhat afraid. Senior brother, don't panic. This person must be born with a thunder element body, which is why he can withstand the strong power of the thunder field. However, he is only a 7-stars martial supreme. You and I can crush him with a finger. After a brief moment of fear, the woman suddenly came to a realization. This was the only explanation, right? Junior Martial Sister's analysis is correct. Even with our cultivation, we can swallow 4 supreme-grade spirit lightning fruits in a row. The man's eyes lit up, revealing a look of realization, and he grinned. You really don't know what's good for you. We've been thinking for you in vain. Yet you're so ungrateful. Forget it. A blockhead can only be opened by smashing it with the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens. A brutal aura burst out from his body. His clothes were torn apart, revealing his back and waist, which were covered with wild patterns and tufts of long white hair. This is your last chance. Are you going to give me the spiritual lightning fruit? The man raised his hand and pounced like a tiger, his sharp claws shining with a cold light. Ka-ba, ka-ba. Xianxia threw out a few more spirit thunder fruits, opened his mouth to catch them, and began to chew them. Damn it! The man's face suddenly became ferocious. He roared and pounced forward. A mottled white tiger gradually appeared behind him, exuding an extremely fierce and brutal aura. Chi, chi, chi. The tiger fist exploded in the air, and the sound of a tiger's roar could be heard. The mottled white tiger opened its bell-like eyes, and a cold light burst out. As expected, Xianxia said in his heart as he clenched his right hand and rushed forward. Bang! The tiger's roar slammed into Xianxia's palm, and a steady stream of power pushed over. Countless strange sounds vibrated around him and converged, causing the entire space to sink in, trying to squeeze and burst the point in his palm. Hiss, 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 hiss. The sound of countless wind waves being cut by the wind from the fist roared and spread. The man was shocked to find that the other party's palm was like an ancient mountain. It did not age despite the passage of time. No matter how hard he tried, he could not shake it in the slightest. You are definitely not a 7-stars martial supreme. The man suddenly woke up and shouted in horror. Junior sister, do it! As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sense of fear that made his heart tremble. Xianxia clenched his fist and instantly crushed all the fist intent. The crazy power turned into wind blades and twisted around his arm, instantly shattering his knuckles. He felt an immense pain, and what made his eyes pop out was that his entire arm was directly eroded by the force, turning into dust with a touch. The man suddenly had an illusion that he was not facing a person, but a passage of time. Under the gentle breeze, he instantly aged. Not only did his body's functions fail, but even his mind became old, like the setting sun at dusk. Under the call of her companion, the woman also reacted in an instant. She suddenly formed a seal with her hands, and a green light rushed out from her head, directly projecting in the air. The image condensed into a demonic face that looked like a fox and a fox at the same time. There was a Buddhist seal between its eyebrows, shining with a strange color. The demonic beast's illusion slowly opened its eyes, which were actually slightly raised, sad and beautiful. The woman's eyes slowly closed, and her face became even more enchanting and charming under the appearance of the beast. It was said that in ancient times, there was a race of heavenly foxes. They were alluring and had endless charming techniques that could capture people's hearts and souls. The phantom of the fox opened its beautiful eyes and stared at Xianxia, and a strange force rippled in the air. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and a sharp light suddenly flashed in them. A rainbow seemed to flash across the sky, turning into a blood-red setting sun. "Get lost!" The word, "scram," came out like heavenly thunder, shaking the world. "Ah!" The sky fox phantom was instantly dispersed. The woman screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. She held her head in pain. The man, who was already old and hunchbacked, was also shocked by the sound wave of the one word. He flew backward and fell beside the woman, constantly spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. The two of them were shocked beyond words. Even a fool would know that they had kicked an iron plate, and it was the kind of iron plate full of nails. The person in front of them was definitely not some lost errand boy from the mortal world. The two of them helped each other up and retreated with faces full of horror and fear. Xianxia walked up coldly and said, "You two are really too kind. You've vomited blood for my sake. It's time for me to do you a favor." The man's voice trembled. "Who are you? Do you know who we are?" "We're Luo. Woof. The Long family of the Sky Ridge? An organization formed by a group of people with the bloodline of ancient true spirits." Xianxia snorted disdainfully. "In my opinion, they are just half-human, half-beast monsters." "You're so silly." The man was immediately speechless. It turned out that the other party had known all along, and even dared to attack after knowing. This meant that the Long family of the Sky Ridge did not care about the other party at all. The woman also gradually recovered from the pain, but blood was oozing out of her 7 orifices, making her look disgusting. She shouted, "Tell us your name, and the Long family will definitely not let you off." "What?" Xianxia's face turned cold as he looked over. "Ah!" The woman screamed in fear and quickly turned her face away, afraid to see his eyes. The ancient Sky Fox race's seduction techniques were unparalleled. She had inherited the Sky Fox bloodline and could be said to be an expert in mental attacks. However, she collapsed instantly under the other party's gaze. Just thinking about that feeling made her tremble with fear. How could she dare to confront it directly? "Hand over all the spirit lightning fruits and you can get lost," Xianxia said coldly. Although the area of the battle was short, there were already extremely strong energy fluctuations spreading out. Many martial artists had probably felt it. Although he was not afraid of trouble, he did not want to cause any trouble. The two men from the Long family knew that they could not escape, so they handed over all their fruits and disappeared at the end of the street. Xianxia took a look and found that there were more than 200 of them, but most of them were ordinary grade, and there were only 5 supreme grade fruits. After he put it away, he felt many divine senses sweep over him. God knew how many people were hiding in the empty surroundings. He snorted coldly and continued to walk toward Thousand Mountains Tower. A moment later, the quiet street corner began to stir. The ocean waves in the small town pushed up, and water-like ripples appeared in the sky. A few voices sounded one after another. Does anyone here know the true cultivation level of that brat? A certain spot in the sky shook a few times, and a deep voice was heard. The surroundings were silent, and no one answered. After a long time, an old voice was heard. Even the head of the divine wood family can't see through that person's cultivation? Humph! The voice from before snorted coldly, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with the old voice for revealing his identity. A faint figure appeared in the air. It was the head of the divine wood family, Mu Yuyun. That person defeated the two men from the Long family with a raise of his hand, but the aura on his body is still that of a 7-stars martial venerable. Does the great master feel the same way? I thought I was mistaken. Does this mean that this young man used the power of a 7-star martial supreme to defeat 2 martial supremes in an instant? The old voice was extremely shocked. I can't be sure about that, Mu Yuyun said. After all, it's too outrageous. But this young man is definitely a dangerous person. It's best if you don't provoke him, lest you cause trouble. Yes, we naturally won't cause trouble for no reason. Moreover, this person has offended the Long family of the Sky Mountains. The Long family will naturally deal with them. The old voice paused for a moment before continuing. The 2 young masters of the Long family are in the town right now, and I'm afraid they won't let this go. Mu Yuyun's expression changed slightly, but then returned to normal, and said, No matter what, we must not get involved. Everyone, please disperse. His figure became fainter and fainter, slowly disappearing into the sky. The old voice sighed and said to himself, Could the direction that this kid is heading in be the buy-in? He wanted to say something but stopped, and didn't say anything more. There were over a dozen places in the surrounding space that emitted slight fluctuations, but they all quickly returned to normal. The Thousand Mountains restaurant was located in an unremarkable place in Seawood Town. It was like an ordinary house, built with some red stone and some silver wood, giving it a somewhat dilapidated feeling. There was a horizontal board with 3 words, Thousand Mountain Tower, written on it. It was vigorous and powerful, and it revealed a certain meaning. Yunxiao unconsciously took a few more glances at the 3 words, then stepped toward the closed gate. Suddenly, a ray of green light shot out from the door, turning into a layer of spiritual pressure that blasted toward him. Yunxiao frowned as he spread his fingers and grabbed at the spirit pressure. As he made a grabbing gesture, a golden light condensed in his palm and turned into a sharp talisman. He pressed it on the green light, and with a bang, the pressure was dispersed. Eh? A voice of doubt came from the Thousand Mountains restaurant. A man's voice slowly sounded, You're even stronger than I thought. Oh! Yunxiao gave no reply, but sneered. You mean you know it very well? I don't really understand, the man said. I just judged based on the power you used to injure the 2 from the Long family. I realized that I've still underestimated you. Oh? Yunxiao raised an eyebrow and said, The news has spread so fast. Seawood Town is only the size of a palm. The man chuckled. You only need to lower your head and look at your palm. I didn't want to see you, but you might be an interesting person. Come in. The tightly shut door suddenly opened, and light could be vaguely seen inside. With an indifferent expression, Yunxiao took a few steps forward and stepped into it. The interior of the shop was much brighter than expected, and the decorations around it were no different from that of an ordinary chamber of commerce. However, the door was completely deserted, and there was only a man dozing off in front of the cabinet, seemingly sleepy. Surprisingly, the man also had the cultivation base of an 8-stars martial emperor. Although the fluctuations of his primordial energy were suppressed by some force, he could not escape Yunxiao's moon-like eyes. Yunxiao could not help but be surprised. The man was young, but he had such a strong cultivation base that even the 4 prodigies of the north could not compare to. He went straight to the man and said, I want to buy a large amount of spiritual lightning fruits. The man swept his gaze over the cloudy eyes. His face was pink, his lips red and teeth white, and his face exuded a heroic spirit. He said in a serious voice, Who introduced you here? It's no secret that I'm here, is it? Yunxiao laughed. I think it's not a secret. Even a great martial master like Amang knew of the existence of Thousand Mountain Tower, which meant that the smuggling of spirit thunder fruits was almost an open secret. The man frowned and said after a while, "It seems that you've been a little too ostentatious in the past few years. How many fruits do you want?" Yunxiao's eyes were as clear as water as he stared at the man and said, "I'll take as many as you have." The man was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "Ha, your appetite is really big. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to swallow all the fruits." Yunxiao gave the man a strange look with a faint smile and said, "Whether I can swallow it or not is not your concern, right? All you need to do is to trade with me." The corners of the man's mouth curled up slightly as he sneered. "By right, you shouldn't care, but I'm the one who came up with the terms of the deal. I'm very interested in your identity." Yunxiao frowned and said coldly, "My identity is also a bargaining chip? Do I get a discount or free of charge after I tell you?" It's impossible to give a discount because the initiative is in my hands," the man said slowly with a smile on his face. "In that case," Yunxiao said coldly, "I'm sorry, but I can't do as you say." He turned around to leave. "By the way," the man chuckled, "Old Tuo and the others outside the city are all my subordinates. If you don't agree to my conditions, no one in Seawood Town will dare to sell you a single spirit thunder fruit." Yunxiao stopped and slowly turned around. "You won't die if you don't seek death. Are you digging your own grave?" "Dig a grave?" To tell you the truth, although you do have some skills, you really don't have anything to rely on in front of me." The man's lips curled into a smile of praise, but it was more of a chuckle. "Without my help, you wouldn't have been able to leave Seawood Town. The two young masters of the Long family are in the city right now. You've injured their men, so you're dead meat." "The two young masters of the Long family?" Yunxiao frowned. He knew a thing or two about the Long family of Skyridge. The so-called young master was not the descendant of the current patriarch, but the strongest expert with the strongest bloodline power among the younger generation, who was qualified to be the next patriarch. "That's right. The Long family's young master should be around your age, but his strength? Any young master of the Long family is invincible among his peers," the man said with a smile. "It's because those who are qualified to inherit the position of young master are all peerless geniuses with the power of atavism. The four prodigies of the North are really insignificant. Do you think you can escape from the hands of two people with extremely strong true spirit bloodlines?" "I'm very curious," Yunxiao said. "What is the young master of the Long family doing in Haitian Town? Are they also thunder elemental warriors?" The man nodded. "That's right. One of the young masters has inherited the true spirit fallen thunder bloodline. He has extremely powerful thunder divine powers. He's determined to get the spirit thunder fruit. So, if you don't have much value, I can sell all the spirit lightning fruits I have to the Long family. The profit I'll get won't be lower than yours." "Don't put on an act in front of me," Yunxiao sneered. "If you are willing to smuggle the spirit thunder fruits to the Long family, they won't have to be bandits everywhere, and Elder Tuo and the others won't have to entertain guests outside. You definitely don't want to see a large number of spirit lightning fruits fall into the hands of the Long family." The man was taken aback. He seemed to want to explain, but when he looked at Yunxiao's watery eyes, he knew that the man in front of him was extremely intelligent. "Not bad, you're really smart. But if I don't sell it to the Long family, I don't have to sell it to you." "I don't know," Yunxiao said. "Before, I really didn't have any good ideas. But now, I can spread the word that the Long family of the Skyridge wants to buy a large number of smuggled spiritual thunder fruits. Who do you think would dare to buy from you?" The man's face darkened and he said coldly, "Do you want to die?" Yunxiao laughed and said, "Don't be so nervous. You need to sell a lot of fruits, but you don't want the Long family to get them, and I want to get a lot of fruits, but I can't let the Long family get them. We are in a business relationship, and there is no initiative between us. We are on the same side." The expression on the man's face fluctuated, and after a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Good! As long as you're not a member of the Long family, I can consider giving you a portion of the spirit lightning fruits. However, you have to prove 2 points to me. First, you must have enough money to buy the spirit lightning fruit. Second, You must have the strength to escape from the young master of the Long family. What a joke! Yunxiao sneered. If you want to prove it, you'll have to first produce enough spirit lightning fruits, and then I'll produce the corresponding metastones. The spirit lightning fruit is still in Leyland's possession, the man said after some thought. Yunxiao's face flickered, and he frowned as he said thoughtfully, You mean that you don't have any in stock, but you have a channel to get the fruit from Leyland? I do have a small portion, but if there are too many, I'll have to wait for Leyland to open it before I can go in and take the fruits. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with surprise as he asked, Who is the true owner of Seawood Town behind the Divinewood family? The man flicked his sleeve and chuckled. You don't have to know about this. It has nothing to do with you. Although I have the means, it's also an extremely dangerous act. Since you know about the Thousand Mountain Manor, you must also believe in our strength. However, we cannot trust your strength and financial resources. No matter what, we have to be at ease. Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then turned over his right hand. A long piece of iron appeared in his hand. It was silver in color and embroidered with a few patterns, looking very ordinary. The man's brows slightly furrowed as he stared at the silver metal block. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and his face almost became distorted from excessive shock. He lost his composure and shouted, Natural mote order! This is a natural mote order! His body flashed, and he actually rushed up, trying to grab the natural mote token. A sneer appeared at the corner of Yunxiao's mouth. With a flip of his right hand, the token immediately disappeared in his palm, and then he turned his hand again and thrust it forward. Bang! The two of them exchanged blows in the air, and the force of their attacks spread out in all directions. The man's expression changed. He immediately realized that he had lost his composure. Fortunately, the two of them had only attacked casually. He hurriedly turned around and put his hands together in front of him. Then he curled his fingers and pushed in all directions. A whirlwind spread out and immediately swept away the impact force, dissipating it without a trace. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. The man looked at Yunxiao with a complicated expression and said, Is that natural mote order real? Since you know it, Yunxiao said indifferently, you should know whether it's true or not. Why is this medallion in your hands? There are many who have this token. Why can't I have it? Xianxia, then Xianxia, can you sell this token? What a joke. Since you know what the natural mote token is, do you think I will sell it? Nothing is impossible in this world. It's just because there are not enough benefits. You can name a price. All right, bring me Noah's ship. Ingluo, forget it. Let's continue talking about the spirit lightning fruit. The man shook his head and smiled bitterly. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. He was obviously very envious, but he couldn't do anything. Yunxiao was curious about the man's identity as well. There were many people in the world who knew about the natural mote token, but not many. Can this token prove my strength and wealth? Of course. The man replied. You really don't intend to sell this medallion? The price is acceptable. He soon found that Yunxiao's face had darkened, so he immediately stopped and changed his words. How many spirit lightning fruits do you want? It was only then that Yunxiao's face returned to normal. The more the better. Even if Leyland gave me the entire land, I wouldn't find it too much. Haha. The entire Leyland continent. How dare you say that? Unless you can destroy the natural mote order, cough, cough, that's impossible. The man found that Yunxiao's face changed as soon as he mentioned the name, and he immediately knew that it was impossible to make the other party trade. He immediately gave up and stopped talking about it. Then, is it possible for me to enter Leyland? Yunxiao asked after some thought. Impossible, the man said decisively. You also know that there's a kind of telepathic power in the lightning god art. It's transmitted through a weak field energy, and it's extremely accurate. The entire Leyland is under this detection, and even the slightest movement cannot escape the divine tree family's detection. Then how are you going to enter Leyland? Yunxiao asked with a frown. The man smiled. This is what we can do. You just need to wait to harvest the fruit. The rule of this shop is that you must pay 1/3 of the deposit first. 1/3. Xiao's expression flickered slightly. The amount he needed was extremely large, and even a third of it was a huge sum. When can I get the fruit after I pay the deposit? Within 10 days, the man replied. Xiao hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Good, I'll wait for 10 days. He took out a storage bag and threw it over, saying, How much do you think the things inside are worth? After the man took the storage bag, he sent his divine sense into it, and his expression quickly changed. He was shocked. The 20 treasures inside are all extraordinary treasures, and their value is difficult to estimate. And Ing Luo, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. These treasures seem to belong to the sea race. Ing Luo, are you from the Four Seas? Xiao did not answer, but said indifferently, This is only 1/3 of the deposit. I'd like to know how many fruits you can buy. The man's expression was grave. These things are really too precious. I can't estimate their exact value. Moreover, some of them seem to be from the royal families of the Four Seas. We might not accept them. Leave these things behind and I'll give you an answer in 3 days. How about it? Xiao was not afraid that they would take it. Whoever dared to steal his things would be courting death. All right, I'll come back to Thousand Mountains Tavern in 3 days. The man was taken aback by Xiao's heroic spirit, and he immediately became more curious about his identity. Xiao was about to leave when his expression suddenly changed. Several extremely strong auras had already sealed off the entire Thousand Mountains Tower. The man's face also sank as he shouted coldly, Who is so bold? His voice was very majestic, causing the entire space to tremble. However, this seemingly dilapidated hut was completely unaffected. You're the bold ones. A cold voice came from outside. Someone injured a member of the Long family and escaped into the Thousand Mountains Tower. Quickly hand over that person, and I can spare your lives. More than 10 figures suddenly appeared outside the door. Most of them were dressed in the same red brocade clothes and held iron sabers. The 2 men who had been injured by Xiao were among them, and they followed behind a man and a woman. The man had a broad face and a heavy belly, looking very majestic, while the woman was dressed in a 100-flower red silk dress, her face as bright as fire, and her mouth was filled with a red pill. Both of them had a cold gleam in their eyes. These 2 were the 2 young masters of the Long family of the Sky Ridge, Qi Jiui and Fei and I. The man sneered, It's none of my business whether or not someone has hurt your Long family members. The Thousand Mountains Court is my territory. Even the Long family of the Heavenly Ridge cannot be presumptuous. Ha ha ha. Outside the door, Strange Ghost suddenly laughed. Before this, I was wondering why Thousand Mountain Tower would not do business. Later, I found out that the people behind Thousand Mountain Tower were actually people from the Murong family in Wufang realm. TSK, if it wasn't for the sudden change in Leilin and Seawood Town, and the fruit that caught my eye, I wouldn't have known that the ones who've been doing the smuggling business in Seawood Town were you guys. Xiao was shocked and said in surprise, You are from the Murong family in Wufang realm. The man's expression darkened slightly as he said in a serious tone, That's right. I am Murong Hangyu. Xiao's expression became extremely complicated. Murong Zhu was from the Murong family in Wufang realm, a reclusive sect. He did not expect to meet his fellow sect members here. Murong Hangyu was surprised. Could it be that you have a grudge with the Murong family? There's no grudge between us, Xiao said with a sigh. Do the Murong family and the Long family have any grudges? Murong Hangyu's eyes flashed with a trace of sternness as he said hatefully, It's not just a conflict. They're like fire and water. It's just that the 2 sects haven't reached the point of falling out yet. Xiao could hear the hatred in his tone. Although the Long family of Sky Ridge was one of the 7 superpowers, the Murong family's strength could not be underestimated. He did not know how the 2 families had formed a grudge, but such major sects rarely had a falling out in the open. They usually fought in the dark. Since Murong Hangyu and Murong Zhu came from the same clan, Xiao would naturally not let the Long family hurt him. Murong Hangyu's face flashed with pride. You don't need to be afraid. Since you've already paid the deposit, you're a guest of the Murong family. As long as I'm here, I won't let the Long family hurt you. Xiao smiled wryly in his heart as he recalled Tianxi's words. Back then, in the end of the world, Zhu had died to save him, and he could not help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. Hengyu saw that his face was a little pale, and beads of cold sweat had even appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help but frown. You don't believe in the strength of our 1,000-mountain tower? Xiao shook his head. Since your two sects have not completely fallen out with each other, there is no need for you to start a war here. I'm afraid they don't have such means to keep me here. Hengyu laughed coldly. Do you really think they're here for you? The drunkard's intention is not in the wine. They can attack my Murong family and also take away my channel to the spirit thunder fruit. Do you think they will give up such a good thing? Ha ha ha. Qi Gui's laughter came from outside the door and said, So it's the genius of the Murong family, Hengyu. He's really as smart as the rumors say. Since you already know our goal, if you're smart, then obediently surrender. I can let you live on account of the friendship between our two sections. Hengyu said in a low voice, If Chigue Feini was here alone, I would be able to protect you. But now that the two of them are here, I'm not sure if I can win. I'll hold them back for a while, and you'll leave immediately. The two of them walked out of the shop, Hengyu coldly staring at the crowd. Young master, it's him, the man, who had almost been petrified by Xiao's primordial astral wind, screamed, his eyes full of hatred. He still looked old, as if he were 200 or 300 years old. To be able to defeat you in one move, this kid must have some skills. Qi Gui stared at Xiao with a fierce look in his eyes and shouted angrily, Brat, you dare to hurt a member of the Long family? Report your sect. I rely on my own strength when I'm out, Xiao said indifferently. I don't have the habit of reporting my background for no reason. Haha. Well said, great. Hengyu laughed. I also hate those who reveal their background the most. It's as if saying it will increase their strength by a few points. I don't know what kind of mentality these people have. Qi Gui was furious and said in a cold voice, All right. I hope your strength can be as tough as your mouth. A strange look flashed in Feianai's eyes and she chuckled. This young man is quite interesting. He was able to break the heavenly fox seduction technique with a single shout. I think he must have some ability. I really want to try it out. It's a pity that this is the territory of the Divine Tree family. It's not up to us, the Long family, to make a move. Qi Gui's face turned cold and he laughed. Selling the spiritual lightning fruit in private is a taboo in Seawood Town, and you'll be sentenced to death. Lord Yuyun, now that the smuggler is right in front of you, it's time for the Divine Tree family to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys and establish your might. As the space trembled slightly, Mu Yuyun's figure appeared. Behind him were two old men. When they opened their eyes, they flashed with vigorous Emperor Qi. Their strength was extraordinary. Hengyu frowned and sneered. The Long family of the Sky Ridge is so powerful. Do you need help to deal with me alone? Qi Gui sneered. We're not calling for help. We're just respecting the owner of this place. You're smuggling the spirit lightning fruit, so the owner of this place will naturally take action. It's not our turn to do so. We're just here to watch the show. Anger appeared on Mu Yoyun's face, and he said in a cold voice, Hengyu, your sect is considered a famous existence within the hidden sections. Why would you do such a sneaky thing that disgraces the sect? If you really lack the spiritual lightning fruit, inform my Divine Tree family and we will offer you a few hundred each year. It will not be difficult to make friends between the two factions. Hengyu's face turned red as he tried to defend himself. Great Master must be joking. Don't listen to this adulterous couple. The Thousand Mountains restaurant had been operating in Seawood Town for a long time. So when had it ever done anything against the rules? It's completely this adulterous couple who's slandering me. He could admit it in front of the Long family, but he could not admit it in front of the Divine Wood family. Otherwise, if the smuggling was confirmed and word got out, it would immediately become a big joke. Qi Gui angrily shouted, Hengyu is a good-for-nothing. You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it. Lord Yunyu? Hengyu said seriously. This adulterous couple came to me to buy the spirit lightning fruits. I sold them the fruits according to the city's regulations, but they forced me to take out more. I swore to my death that I wouldn't do it, which was why I offended them. They have already bought their limited number of fruits but have been staying in the city for a long time. They have ulterior motives. I hope that you can investigate their intentions and restore the reputation of our 1,000-mountain tower. Mu Yoyun's expression did not change, as if he was unruffled. But his heart was heavy and he wanted nothing more than to curse. He could not afford to offend either faction. As for the Murong family's smuggling in the city, even Amang knew about it. As the head of the Divine Tree family, how could he not know? However, they couldn't afford to offend him. In addition, the other party was also sneaky and didn't do it openly. This could be considered as giving them some face, so they turned a blind eye. He didn't expect that the Long family would expose him. With his status, he couldn't just ignore it. He turned around and said, "Do the two young masters of the Long family have any concrete evidence?" Chi Gui's expression changed. He just said it himself. The kid behind him is also here to buy the smuggled fruit. We can catch him and ask him. Haha, what a joke. I said it myself? Murong Hengyu sneered. First of all, I've never said it. Second, do you really believe what I say? I even said I'm your father, and you believe me? Murong Hengyu, you dare to take advantage of me? You deserve to die. The strange ghost was furious, couldn't suppress its anger. Thunder rumbled in its body, and the sky seemed to darken. Murong Hengyu showed no fear and sneered, "Don't worry, I don't have a son that's neither human nor demon like you. We don't know who's taking advantage of who yet. Lord Yun, please make the decision for me and seek justice for the 1,000-mountain tower." He backstabbed them, making the Long family extremely angry. Mu Yuyun, who was caught in between the two factions, also felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He said, "Seawood Town's rules are iron, and no one can violate them. The 1,000 Mountains restaurant has been operating in Seawood Town for a long time, and we haven't found any illegal activities for the time being. However, the Long family has come to inform me whenever they find something suspicious, and I also admire and like them very much. Now that you know it's a misunderstanding, everyone can leave." He immediately tried to smooth things over and leave. Misunderstanding? Chi Jiuai's face darkened and he said angrily, "Lord Yun, please hold on. The person behind him not only injured my men but also bought the spirit lightning fruit. I'll take him down and get evidence. When the time comes, we'll have to ask for Lord Yun's help to get rid of the 1,000-mountain tower. This malignant tumor." Mu Yuyun gave Yun Xiao a look of embarrassment. If the Murong family was really the one who smuggled the spirit thunder fruits, he would be in a difficult position. All eyes were on Yun Xiao. "Don't be afraid, my friend," Fei and I said softly. "As long as you're willing to step forward and point out Chen Lu's crimes, we'll write off the grudges you've had for hurting my disciples. Otherwise, the ends of the earth will be boundless, you know." "I don't understand." Yun Xiao immediately shook his head. "I hope you can explain." Fanny was stunned for a moment, then her face darkened and she said coldly, "Are you going to pretend you don't understand, or are you looking for death?" "Oh, I see," Yun Xiao said. "I see." He coughed twice to clear his throat and said seriously, "I can prove that Murong Hengyu's words are not false. On the other hand, the Long family came out of nowhere and tried to steal my spirit lightning fruits. Lord Mu Yuyun, will the Divine Wood family not interfere in such an act?" "You should die," Chi Jiuai shouted in rage. He knew that he would not be able to testify against the Murong family for smuggling fruits today. He no longer cared about Mu Yuyun's face and charged forward with a furious roar. They did not expect Mu Yuyun to be of any help. Their aim was to lure the people behind the Divine Tree family to make a move. Now that their plans had failed, they could not be bothered to say anything more. Moreover, in his rage, his hatred for Yun Xiao seemed to be even greater than Murong Hengyu's. With a single move, he aimed at Yun Xiao's throat. Lightning flashed between his 5 fingers, and the electric arcs connected end to end, condensing into a thunder blade and striking out. Murong Hengyu's face changed. and he was about to make a move when he heard Yunxiao chuckle and say, "I'll do it." He rushed in front of Murong Hengyu, and with a strange step, he turned into a few afterimages and dodged the attack. Furthermore, several shadows flew in different directions in the air and disappeared in an instant. What? Everyone's faces fell. They could not find Yunxiao's hiding place with their divine senses. Murong Hengyu and Fanny's faces flashed with surprise. They found it hard to believe. Qi Jiuai's face darkened, and he shouted, "Do you think I can't do anything if you hide?" He made a hand seal with one hand, and a few circles of green light appeared around the major acupuncture points on his body. Only the clanging sound of iron chains being dragged could be heard. Silver chains emerged from several of his orifices and circled around him. He then shouted, "Go!" The chain was like a sharp arrow, shooting out in the air and creating waves of air. In a few moments, it had penetrated the sky and locked down the earth. It spread out like a spider web and locked down everything within a radius of several hundred feet. Not only did the chains seal the sky and the earth, but they also formed vortexes and spread out, creating countless ripples. "Over here!" Qi Jiuai's expression changed as he shouted and pointed his finger at the void. Bang, bang, bang! A crack suddenly burst out under his fingertip and instantly tore open 100 feet, as if it had been cut by the sword light. The space flickered slightly, and a ripple spread out wherever the finger radiance passed. Yunxiao's figure slowly appeared in the ripples. His chest was broken by the finger, but he still had a smile on his face as his whole body slowly turned into a fluorescent light. "Damn it!" Qi Jiuai shouted and stepped on the chain. He made a hand seal and stomped on the ground. Immediately, a flash of lightning and fire flashed, shaking the silver chain until it made a clattering sound. A wave of lightning shot out, forming a sea of lightning that spread in all directions. "Let's see how you're going to escape." Qi Jiuai's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. "Then I won't run." At a certain node on the silver chain, the space shook, and Yunxiao's figure appeared, standing on it with a smile in his eyes. All kinds of lightning instantly gathered and spread along the chain, bombarding his body. Pai pa pai pa. All sorts of electric arcs and sparks flickered on his body. Some of them even directly passed through him, but they were unable to hurt him in the slightest. "It really is a lightning body." Everyone's expression changed slightly. Those who came to Seawood Town were generally thunder cultivators, but some people were born with thunder attribute bodies and had a natural affinity with lightning, which made their cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. Qi Jiuai's face darkened and he said coldly, "No wonder you're so fearless. But if you think that you're immune to my techniques, you're gravely mistaken." He clenched his fists and 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his palms, lighting up half the sky. A powerful green light appeared behind him, and countless arcs of lightning condensed into the image of a beast. It was like the god of thunder descending to the world, and it intertwined with the lightning in the world. Everyone revealed a look of shock and fear. The bloodline of an ancient true spirit was so powerful, and the strange ghost was even more well known among them. The sky full of lightning flashed, as if it was about to descend and destroy the world, shaking people's hearts and souls. Murong Hengyu was also worried, as if the strange ghost's power was beyond his expectations. Fei Anai's expression was also cold and his eyes were flashing with a cold light. Under the cold air, there was a trace of burning fire. Although the strange ghost was her companion, it was also her greatest enemy. The young master of the Long family could be taken over by anyone who was capable, but there could only be one master. Yunxiao stood on the chain and said with a sneer, "Your so-called divine art, is it a performance? Humph, you don't know what's good for you." Qi Jiuai's face was also blue in the light of the thunderbolts. He turned his palm and slapped forward, sending out a bolt of lightning that instantly struck in front of Yunxiao. It then spread out in a fan shape and slashed down like a thunder blade. Yunxiao formed an incantation gesture with his left hand and grabbed at the air with his right hand. Then, his 5 fingers opened, and an immemorial astral wind began to spin in an instant, turning into a wind shield. Hula hula! The thunder blade cut into the windshield and let out a sizzling sound. It was slowly torn apart by the immemorial astral wind and shot out into bits of lightning. In the end, all the thunderbolts were rolled up by the wind and spun into a thunder tornado, which spun around Xianxia's palm with amazing power. What? Everyone was dumbfounded, as if they found it somewhat unbelievable. Xianxia had been standing still the whole time. At this moment, the power of the thunder tornado was spinning around him, making him look as quiet as an abyss, giving off a solemn and strange feeling. Mu Yun was also shocked, a deep worry in his eyes, and he was secretly complaining. If the two of them continued to fight like this, they wouldn't give him any face at all, but so what if they didn't give him any face? The Long family was definitely not to be offended. This mysterious youth's strength was also quite extraordinary, and he was with Murong Hengyu, so he was most likely a genius disciple of some powerful force. Just as he was feeling anxious, a decadent voice suddenly transmitted into his ears, causing his expression to change greatly. His expression became stern as he listened carefully, his eyes constantly flashing with joy. Qi Jiui himself was also stunned. Although he had not used all his power in that slash, it was still very sharp. It should at least have caused the other party to stumble, but he was completely controlled by the other party. You do have some skills. Try my move again. Qi Jiui didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. A purple light burst out from his eyes and he clenched his fists. A lightning extended out and turned into a lightning spear. After the lightning spear appeared, the chains that filled the sky made hua 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 sounds and rippled in the sky like the water of a river. The thunderbolts in the sky became even more violent and turned into lightning dragons. They swooped down from the sky and gathered into the lightning spear. Fei and I cried out in shock. The shock in her eyes could not be concealed. She knew how powerful this move was. Could it be that she had to use such an extreme move to deal with this young man? Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he seemed to sense the danger. With a cold flash in his hand, several golden sword talismans floated out, and the cold sword, Frost, was held in his hand, shooting out cold air. The ancient characters on the body of the sword bounced up and were destroyed one after another. His entire body was like one, under the influence of an extremely strong sword intent. The atmosphere in the sky suddenly became somber and tense. Everyone, stop! Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, interrupting this killing intent. The person who had spoken was Mu Yuyun, who was standing to the side. His face immediately sank as he shouted, "Did the two of you get permission from me, your master, to attack?" Everyone frowned, feeling a little strange. That Mu Yuyun couldn't wait to cast aside his involvement and leave as soon as possible. Why did he suddenly become so confident? The pupils of Murong Hengyu and the Long family's two young masters contracted, as if they had thought of something. Their expressions changed slightly at the same time. Qi Jiui's eyes flashed with a cold light and he said, "You're lucky today, but it's hard to say if you'll be able to continue being so lucky in the future." With a flip of his hands, the lightning spear disappeared and the shadow of his true spirit was absorbed into his body. The lightning in the sky dispersed. Whoosh! The chains that filled the sky were also retracted. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed and the clear sky was restored. Yunxiao's heart stirred as well. With a flash of frost, he put away his cold sword and said with a chuckle, "I wonder who's the lucky one." "You!" Qi Jiui was furious. He pointed at him and shouted, "You still dare to be stubborn? There's no need to waste your breath on him," said Fanny. "We'll just send someone to keep an eye on him. Once he leaves Seawood Town, it'll be the time of his death." "That's right," Qi Jiui said coldly. "I'll see if you still dare to be arrogant then. Boring." With a contemptuous smile, Yunxiao flickered and landed next to Murong Hengyu. Although his battle with Qi Jiui had been interrupted, from the methods he had displayed, no one dared to underestimate him. Even Murong Hengyu's expression had changed greatly, his gaze becoming much friendlier. Mu Yuyun's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Everyone, you attacked me in front of me. You are really giving the Divine Wood family face." It was obvious that he was really angry, and his eyes were filled with a cold light. Fanny's mind raced as she bowed and apologized. It was Chi Juai who was impulsive. It was only because this person was speaking nonsense and slandering our long family members, and Chi Juai's personality was upright that there was a slight conflict. I hope Lord Yun can forgive me. Mu Yun waved his hand and snorted. Forget it. Let's forget about the previous matter. I can understand that you're all here for the spirit lightning fruit. But the situation in Seawood Town this time is indeed strange. Not only did it attract a large number of powerful cultivators, but I also just received news that even the sea race was alarmed. The sea race? Everyone exclaimed in shock, their faces filled with shock. Yunxiao's expression changed slightly as well. He had just returned from the East Sea. Was he going to deal with those sea jokers again?